you should be able to be heard. Okay, we're definitely live. That's good.
Huge event this weekend. We've got not only a huge Riftbound event, but we've got the new Unleashed meta here for North America, and excited what's going to take it.
Yeah, exactly, and that's just the fact that we have, because we have 8 exciting rounds for our players today in the main event. Of course, we have a ton of things that we're going to go over before we sort of enlighten all of the viewers at home. Round 1 is coming up, but of course, we've got our schedule that we want to break down for. As I said, 8 rounds today and Saturday, starting right now as our players are getting sat at this moment behind us. And then, of course, as we'll get to it tomorrow as well, Sunday, 5 more rounds of Swiss. You qualify for that by going X and 2, essentially, by having 6 wins, and then a top 8 single elimination right afterwards.
Yeah, so 16 rounds across 2 days, a lot of Riftbound, and we're really excited for it.
Absolutely, but don't go anywhere, because these players are going to be prized focused as they are going for these wonderful prizes that we have. Of course, the champion prize being that Poppy Defender of the Meek alternate art with the cool little Toro in it, is a big fan of mine. Top 8 spreads off for a different one, of course, and we have even added extra prizing here that first started in Sydney but is now carrying over, of course, to these regional qualifiers. That next playmat is a hot commodity, I've got to say.
Yeah, it looks fantastic, and I love all the pricing that's been added. It's been really nice.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to get some prize wall tickets as well for our competitors that they can go, of course, and redeem some of those plated legends. But we don't want to forget some of the other stuff that they're playing for, the best ofs. These players are going to be here and showing off and trying to win the single best of for each of the legends in our format. 40 legends across the entire tournament, and I guarantee you that every single one of them is probably represented today.
Yeah, and you know, I've been on the floor, I've been listening to discussions, what people are trying to do with it.
Tony, did you ever do an interview?
Yeah,
for
I think there's even specific teams out there that are like hunting for these. They don't care so much about always getting first place.
Best of Renata list?
I did not. Do you want the exclusive?
Exclusive interview. So, Tony, how did you win Best of Renata in Atlanta? Great answer. Thank you. What legend are you most excited for that's coming out either in set 4 or 5?
Do we have any spoilers for set 5 yet?
Yeah, actually. So they showed yesterday the box art, which I can pull up onto the stream. Oh, oops. So this is actually the box art. You have Jarvan on the left of the box, Ziggs on the right, Seraphine and Echo, which we already knew. And then Evelyn, I believe, has been pretty much confirmed as well. So those are the 5 right now. Personally, I want to see Echo. That's kind of...
I think I'm leaning towards Echo too. It's probably Echo or Ziggs.
I'm going to be annoyed when Seraphine's the best one, because she's just annoying in League as well. But I feel like Jarvan will probably be like red-yellow. Makes sense for him. So, you know, that color combination needs a lot of help in the next couple sets.
Question is, what color does Echo get paired with?
It could be blue-green. He is kind of laid back. He's pretty chill. So I could see him being blue-green. Definitely not yellow, definitely not red. Yeah, I see blue-green, or I see blue...
Yeah, it's been really great to start seeing these stories come
I mean, I wouldn't see him as purple.
So
'Cause-
if they make him blue green, then you get all the ramp from Origins and you get the rare Echo, and that could be pretty busted.
if you make him blue green, you said?
Yeah, because you can ramp into time warps and use the 5-drop Echo to reset all your runes.
Well, he has to be blue. He definitely has to be blue, obviously, with his champion being blue. Also, it just kind of makes sense for him as a character. Past
So
that,
Echo
I
is
don't
purple
know.
brown for sure.
Oh, we got somebody else in here. Oh, hey,
And then,
Ryan.
you don't think So's gonna be purple? He has
Really?
a lot of purple
Chaos?
cards.
I just
Like
don't see
All Shot is literally him, and isn't his like
True.
equipment there the Zero Drive? Or is that
That's
blue?
true.
No, that's blue.
No, Zero Drive is blue.
Yeah, Zero Drive.
I mean, I just don't. I'm trying to think of it as a character perspective, like a lore perspective. I don't see him as Chaos, but I mean, I guess. I mean, they made all the Viego cards yellow, which doesn't make sense to me because that's Order, and he's the one that like causes the ruination. So, you know, I don't know. I don't know about that.
What other cards does Viego have? I thought it was only the Blade of the Ruin King.
And ruination.
That is awesome.
Yeah, that's all caused by him. How much of a delay did I put myself on? I think I did too much, but it is what it is. This a little bit. I don't know if that's good or bad. That's better. Okay.
Wait, Chris, are you in Vancouver or no?
No, I'm not in Vancouver. I'm. Oh, you're in the Discord. You're not on the screen right now. You're on stream, by the way.
Yeah, I said hi, and then it's because I'm driving, so I gotta choose one or the other.
Oh yeah, no, I saw you say hi in the stream. No, I'm not in Vancouver. I would not be streaming if I was in Vancouver.
Yeah. Are you coming to Max today?
No, I'll just be doing the watch along. And that's pretty much it. I have a clickbait. I'm using Tony for clickbait. I put best of Renata in the title.
Man, if we closed out our games in Atlanta, it would have been 3 best ofs.
I know, that'd be sick. That'd be so cool. But we choked.
We choked.
Choked away
Last game
Resto
choke.
while Tony was just sitting on his hands day 2.
Yeah.
Winning. Unbelievable.
Hey, I'm down to best of Theorycraft once this weekend's over for Hartford.
I'm not going for best of. I'm going for it all. That's literally right after I lost that last, you know. After everything happened, let me just put it that way. I'm not gonna say lost, but after everything that happened with the Darius, I was like, I'm not doing this to myself again.
I think if you were to play Yasuo, you have like I'd put you at like an 80-20 favorite, like to win best of Yasuo.
80-20 is crazy.
I was an insane Yasuo, to be fair. I still have the best non-regional placement of any Yasuo in the world. But that was set 1. That was set 1. 2 sets ago.
I think I might go for best of Victor again, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really want a best of hunt. I want to get my invite. And I do genuinely believe I have a shot at top 8. You know. I mean, I was 9-1-1, and that was an ID, which was, looking back, probably a mistake. But I was 9-1-1 going into my match with Alan in round 12. and Darius and Ezreal is not fun, especially when you get mind splittered 4 times in 5 turns. And then I would have won game 2 if one of the 2 cards he had in hand wasn't Gust. And then you never know what happens in a game 3, but yeah, I was in position, like, playing at, what, table 10 or something? If I was on a real deck, then maybe I could have actually done something, you know, towards the end. This is really hard to beat, like, the meta decks.
Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Annie online, and I really like the play style. But like, if I try for Annie, like I have to like play Prismat, you know, and that seems rough.
Yeah, shout out Elijah trying to beat Prismat for for best of Annie today.
Yeah.
Or Edge favored.
Shout
yes,
out,
Saf,
shout
I
out
just
to
saw your
Dan.
I just saw your message. Please don't do that. I am live streaming.
What did my message say?
Yeah, I just saw it.
Can you read aloud for the class?
Well, you, Saf, Mango, owner of Mango Collectibles, and soon Wildcard TCG, said that you were going to join the live stream, the Discord, and say slurs. But you didn't.
Damn, why you gotta drop his shit, bro?
Interesting. It's very interesting. Do you have any proof of this?
I literally can show it on stream right now.
I heard.
I have proof. I literally have proof.
Yeah, allegedly.
No, it's not alleged. Do you want me to show your message on stream?
Nah, that's forged. That's AI.
You're right. Damn.
No, really, I don't believe it.
Saf, you want to show your face on the stream?
I look like a mess. But also, I think your evidence is gone. I don't know what you're talking about. This is
you deleted it? Oh,
slander.
you little...
This is slander in the first degree, if anything.
This is
I've got
crazy.
witnesses.
I snipped it.
Pause. Let's no, I I don't have my webcam set up yet, but maybe later today.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably be live for the first 2 matches, and then I might take a break, and then go to come back for some of the final matches, and then I'll be on with Logan tomorrow.
You mean by taking a break? You mean driving to Max Rarity to play next night?
That would be nice, but no, not today, unfortunately. I haven't dropped a game on Hook LeBlanc yet. Anybody want to throw out their predictions for today?
Prediction.
Yeah, what do you guys think is going to win? What do you think is going to be the biggest surprise?
I think Aurelia is going to do very well.
Wow, you picked the best deck to do well.
Yeah,
the most represented deck, and also the deck that did the best at the last regional.
It's like saying Draven's going to do well last set.
Yeah. Great. Well done, Saf.
Whatever, man. I'm not the one piloting.
Has the event started yet or no?
No, they're still just talking.
Ryan, are you driving somewhere?
Yeah, I'm going to Max Rarity.
Oh, fire. See when you get here.
Just remember, you guys are all being heard on stream, for the record.
Alright, everyone on 3, drop your favorite slurs.
1, 2.
Best behavior.
I can only count to 2 though. So.
Yeah, see? Not that bright.
Why is your thumbnail Seraphim? Chris?
Yep.
Your thumbnail is Radiance.
My thumbnail of the video?
Yeah, when you looked at it in general, it shows Radiance.
Oh, it's probably because when I linked it, I was showing the. I was showing the thing. It's changed since then. I'm looking at it now. I don't have a set regional or set thumbnail for this. Okay, we got our first two matches. So we have Gale Wins, who actually beat Joel last night, or Edge Granny. Very upsetting.
Why'd you shorten his name?
He
Did
is
actually
on
beat Edge
Lilia versus Vi.
Oh, interesting matchup.
And then
I think
Lilia
Lilia's
versus Azir. Hey, we got 3 greens. 3 green decks in the first 4 competitors. Is green good? Yes. Kind of interested to see this Vi list, see if it can actually compete at all. I feel like it's just going to be like a conquer fest, because both decks kind of just want to conquer. Lilia will just leave the sprites, and then Vi will conquer in and out with like Hex Gauntlet and maybe Lucian's. Or no, Lucian's orange. What's the Vi card that readies a unit?
That's the legend.
Hex Gauntlet. Oops, that's
There's the.
Her legend ability.
It's a spell.
Or are you talking about Vaultbreaker?
Vaultbreaker.
I think I said Hex something.
I don't think it readies. It just gives assault, right? In ganking?
It gives assault 2 in ganking.
Yeah.
Oh.
But then there's the Jin card as well. So there's the gauntlets, and then there's the Jin upstage comedy.
Upstage comedy. Yeah.
And then obviously the Vi legend.
Yes. Dude, Red Rengar in Vi is very scary. Like, being able to just accelerate into conquer, into legend, into ganking is nuts value.
Go to that Vi before.
I think MVP card in Vi is probably knowledge all purpose bullshit.
Very unit heavy on this Vi list. Looking at what 25 units. Really low to the ground. Its biggest unit is the Rengar.
I will say that we are running the new Rengar here, which is, as we like to call it,
The
word Rengar here. It has accelerate,
Word
assault,
vomit Rengar.
reflect.
The list looks like identical to the Sydney list.
Not bad at all.
What's the number 2 mean?
But the number 2 where? Like underneath the cards?
No, I'm just looking at YouTube. 25 XP. How do I gain more XP?
Oh, are you commenting?
Is that what it does? It does. That's cool.
Oh, okay. I'm looking my goat again from Logan. I'm just seeing this. Thank you guys. Edge FTW. Awesome. Does commenting grant XP? Our goat. Rooting for Vi here. Rooting against Gale Wins?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I wanted to just talked about seeing something new in the meta.
Saf, you are currently the top fan. You have 75 XP. Ryan has 50. Anthony and Logan with 25 each. So yeah, I guess commenting gives you XP. I guess each comment you get 25. I didn't do that. I guess that's just like a YouTube thing.
YouTube metric.
Whoever the top fan is after this gets a free pack. We're making this a giveaway.
And before Mango like spams all the comments in the chat.
I'm gonna put it on slow mode if he's just gonna end up spamming. Thank you guys for joining though. If you're not in the Discord and can't hear me, appreciate it.
I'm just a little disappointed there's no Renata round one, but whatever.
Bro, there's like 3 Renatas in the whole tournament.
Do you even play Renata anymore?
No, he played it for 3 days, won a best of, and called it a day.
He hung up the mantle. He doesn't got nothing to prove no more.
I feel like I'm overexposed from my lighting. I have like a lighting setup, but it's a little too bright, I think.
You are coming off a little white around like your.
All right, let's see how.
A little bit white. Can't help that.
We'll see how it looks without it. Yeah, I think I look better without it. Actually, funny enough.
I linked the stream to another Riftbound channel that I'm a part of.
Oh, thank you. Do you think I should put it in the store channels?
Yes, you should.
Let's go. Max rarity. Do they care? I guess I could just put it in general.
Some of the stores have
like a content thing. Oh,
yeah,
promotions.
content. Yeah, promotion. Exactly. I know Ribbon Ship definitely does.
They have a promotions channel, but you need to have permission in it, and no one's ever typed in it. There's not a single message in it, so I don't know.
Just put it in general. Worst they'll do is delete it.
Oop, I just accidentally joined a chat.
No.
Alright, let's see.
It's like I'm right there turning with Ryan right now.
What'd you say?
It's like I'm right there turning with Ryan right now. The signal.
I'm actually parking.
This guy is hazards. All right, let's see. Chris, commentary.
What'd you say?
Commentary.
Okay, I'm posting it in the chat. He played a Ravenbloom student. He played a
know.
Bounty Poro.
These are major moves. So I'm delayed. So I don't know what to do here. I'm watching but listening on Discord, but I'm watching your stream and it's on a delay.
Yeah, the stream's on a delay. It's a little bit too much of a delay.
I have my own. I have the stream separate, and then I have Chris's stream going, but I have his stream muted, so we could all chat normally, so we're not like hearing ourselves in the background with his stream.
Yeah, you should be watching the actual stream, not my stream. You could open my stream and just minimize it.
Yep, got it.
Alright, I'll reconnect in a bit.
Later on.
I'm actually not gonna post it in rarities because they have an event today, so I feel like that's rude if I'm like, hey, come watch my stream instead of, you know.
Well, no, I mean not everyone's at the event.
I mean that's true, but I don't know. Whatever. I posted it in depots. We'll see if it stays up. Alright, so really good start for Lilia. Obviously you have Mask, and you pretty much always want to open with Sprite Fountain. Gets the free draw of Seat of Power. Really great battlefield for Lilia because of the double conquer, especially early ability of the deck. We're going to to see an accelerated Kaisa, which is interesting. Galen's being tapped out on Lilia means that this should be a dead Ravenbloom student and a free draw. The problem is the retake. If there's no hidden from the side of Vi, the retake is going to be fairly easy for Lilia. Because of that mask, you can just crash in a Sprite into the Kaisa. I see a Jin in hand, I see a Rek'Sai, I see a Death Grip. Falling Star could come up big after the Chosen Champion of Lilia comes out. Choosing to stack, I think, is a mistake here. I think you'd rather just leave the Pouty Poro in the back. Galen's with the most insane runes I've ever seen. First of all, they're all different. Second of all, why are some right side up and some upside down? Like, what is going on? That is driving me nuts.
Doug, it's a strategy. He's tilting his opponent without doing anything.
Apparently. Okay, so now here comes another Sprite. So now he can just crash into Kaisa, then conquer over the Pouty Poro. This is why it doesn't really make much sense to me to stack on that battlefield. But it is round one, and the Vi player obviously is playing against a well-known player on stream, not having an easy day. Looks like he has Disarming Rake in hand, which would be an interesting main board card for Lilia. Another Death Grip. We're up to 6 runes.
I looked at a bunch of Lilia lists. They're playing it as like a one of.
A one of, yeah.
Yeah, just random. I'm sure you're gonna see tons of Aurora players, right?
I feel like this is a good decision to just develop the Jhin here. Chooses to not play out his Vi because I guess there's not much reason to this early. I think I probably would have still played it. Because you still have enough for Rek'Sai next turn plus Death Grip if you need it. Just get more bodies on the board. Plus you could just recycle 2 in order to get over the Sprite with the Mask of Foresight. Another Conquer. Staying on evens for Galen's is good. Really simple game from Lilia so far, nothing crazy. Another Kaisa. I see a Kaisa, I think 2 Death Grips, and a Rek'Sai in hand.
He has a second Rek'Sai. He mulliganed. His mulligan had 2 Rek'Sais in it.
Oh, okay. I really hope he doesn't forget that this Mask of Foresight's on board, because he did just pick up his Jhin. I would honestly just consider a Falling Star here. While he's tapped, you just, get a free Conquer. Okay. He could move the Jhin first, and then play Falling Star effectively for 1-1.
I think that's the move.
Which would be a very strong turn for him, and then he could develop his base with the remaining, 6 runes? So you could see like a Rek'Sai come out, maybe hold up 2 runes for Death Grip, to potentially save your Jhin from an accelerated unit. He's just realizing that there's a Mask of Foresight. Don't tell. Oh, okay. Nice. Solid turn out of the Vi player. Only issue here is I can't see how many runes Galen's is on, but he does have a Watcher in hand, so it looks like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This Mask of Foresight early is really hard to deal with. It's something that I played against. Ooh, interesting. Okay. does he have a Sprite Fountain? If he has a Sprite Fountain here, I feel like he's just in an extremely commanding position. Poro, not quite as good, but just any 2-drop there is pretty strong. Another Death Grip for Vi. These draws are a bit unfortunate. But he does have a few accelerants. He does have the Kaisa to potentially draw a card. Also, this Poro being a 2 means that he would have to play out a... it doesn't really matter. He would have to play out a Sprite. Choosing to just develop. Okay. What do you think about this, Saf? Just developing here.
Yeah, I think he's got time.
Hello, Christian. Feel free to talk as well, Christian.
Yeah, I think that's the smart play.
I'm kind of
especially-
in between on it. Just because you're allowing your opponent to go to 6.
Yes, but I mean, he's got a handful of Death Grip. He wants to be in a position where he's able to at least use some of it. Can you? I don't think you can even cycle with Death Grip, right? You have to kill something.
What do you mean cycle?
Like just to play it, just to draw a card.
Oh, yeah, no, it just says kill a friendly unit.
Yeah.
Well, I think he's setting up for next turn because then he can also just accelerate out his Vi next turn by having the Rex out.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely is behind. If he can... Oh, another Mask of Foresight is rough. That means this Poro is going to be a 5 on defense. Another Falling Star, please.
Well, even if you get the Falling Star, I still think he's going to accelerate the Vi from the champion zone. I think that's his better option.
I'm doing a terrible job of keeping up with the chat. Where is the live chat? Here we go. Oh, okay. Heart of Dark Ice looking pretty strong in Lilia. When did you type that? There's no Heart of Dark Ice.
It was when he was going.
With Mask of Foresight?
No, when he was going over the deck list.
Oh, okay. Appreciate you chatting in there. You are still the top fan.
Just randomly started talking about it.
He can accelerate the Vi, which is good. This is going to help him get over this big Poro. Still 3 up from the Lilia, so you have to be careful of a Discipline, a potential Unguard. I'm not too familiar with Lilia lists and what they're looking like now, but, you know, classic green cards. It's obviously playing Discipline, I would assume. I mean, that card is busted.
Do we know how many he repped? Or
he did all of them. I don't know how many there were. 5. I thought it was 5. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
So he's probably gonna have to go in with the Vi, Conquer, and then potentially Death Grip the
Death Grip,
Kaisa into Seat of Power, and that'll actually draw him 2 cards. Double Mask trigger plus the Shield trigger puts this Poro up to 5 total. Looks like a Smoke and Mirrors in the hand of... Yep. Here comes Smoke and Mirrors. Oh, this is dangerous, because now the mask is going to trigger again on the Poro. Both masks. So they should mark this Poro as +2 right now. Thank you, Gilwins. Judges, get on it, please. In China, they're so quick. I'll give them that. In China, the board does not look like this. It is clean.
No.
It is neat. They make sure that, you know.
Feels like a craps table.
Yeah, they have all the dice laid out, like, ready to go. So this is gonna be... He's +5, so the Vi is 8, -1 is...
Well, no. Does the Poro still get the mass trigger? Because
He does, yeah. The Poro got the mass trigger, and now the Sprite gets the mass trigger as well. I'm not sure why he's death gripping so he could use the Vi ability and then gank over with Vi. The only problem with that is he will not trigger Kaisa or Seed of Power, so he's not going to draw any cards. Unless he puts the Kaisa into Forge of the Fluft and then ganks over. Because you actually have to control the other battlefield for Seed of Power. It's not just about conquering both in one turn.
Wait, so does the Sprite get mask though? Because it wasn't on the defending, like it wasn't on the initial attack.
It will, yes.
Okay.
It's whenever you are in an attacking or defending position alone. I'm a Mask of Foresight Truther from set 1. Shout out Yasuo.
Yes. Whoop.
So he's going to gank over. I don't know if he's realizing that he's not going to draw a card or if he just doesn't care. He also has to hold, so I'm not sure what's going to happen here. He still has a Death Grip in hand, 4 runes up, so... Plays out an Honest Broker. See, this is where I probably would have just played the Honest Broker to, like, Forge
the other
the
one.
Fluft. Yeah, and then got the draw. No, you do not get Seed of Power. You lose control as soon as you gank, friend.
That's unfortunate. I think he misunderstood.
Yeah. Which is why I was thinking that his move was going to be Vi into the first battlefield, and then you Death Grip the Vi and put Kaisa into the other battlefield and leave Rek'Sai on Forge of the Fluft before you move the Kaisa. You draw 2. You could potentially get some outs there. And now there's going to be 4 sprites on the board.
Oh gosh.
Because now he can just tap 1 with Legend ability.
Neil's got a little smirk on his face. He's like, I got this.
Yeah, this should be game 1 going over to...
Oh my god.
Are you guys watching the live stream?
We are watching the live stream currently, yes. And we're also watching my live stream. Feel free to join. Link is in general.
I'm walking to the convention center now.
Oh, you're doing side events? You're in Vancouver?
No, it's Greg. I'm judging.
Oh, I didn't realize it was you from your voice. That's funny.
Yeah. I don't start till
Greg? It's been a
12.
while.
I know. I haven't seen you since Atlanta.
Since Atlanta. Are you going to Noah's birthday party?
No, I wasn't invited. Were you?
I just got the invite, and I'm like, it was funny because our text, the last time we texted was last birthday.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, I'm glad I got an invite, but that's all right.
I'm actually
you're my +1, Greg.
Sure. That'd be funny if I showed up with you.
Yeah, he'd be like, what is going on? This is weird.
But I saw Joel.
Oh, yeah? Oh, in Vancouver, yeah. He's on.
Yeah, I don't know who else is here.
Mahir's there. Sam is there. I'm trying to think of any. Elijah.
I'm trying to bribe one of these guys to get me a pin.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw Tony was.
I just want the pin. Yeah, I just want the pins because we can't get them. We don't have time.
Yeah.
So it's like I always like try to beg one of you to get me a pin. You're going to Hartford, right?
I will be at Hartford, yes.
I'm judging it as well, so.
And this is going to be rough. No 2-drop after mulliganing 2 cards for the Vi. Really bad against Lilia.
Danny's put his hand on his chin, looks defeated already.
Yeah, that's a rough feeling. This happened to me in my first round in Atlanta. Just Arena's greatest game 3. Did not draw a 2-drop. He could have played the Vi if he hit a red rune, which he didn't. Probably just want to develop like the Fiora here. Interesting that he's playing the Fiora. Does he play anything that buffs? Oh, I guess he has longswords. So that gives
Chris,
her...
I'm still stuck on the Mask of Foresight thing. I'm not seeing anything definitive online on whether, because now I'm thinking about the Kha'Zix ruling, right?
It's a static ability though. That's
Yeah,
always gonna happen.
it's just like Master Yi. So if the same thing, we were just discussing this ruling with Switcheroo.
Yeah.
So if you Switcheroo in a against a Master Yi, Proving Grounds Master Yi, Master Yi is constantly checking to see if something is defending alone. So after the Switcheroo resolves, the Master Yi unit will get +2.
That's crazy.
Again, yes. So whenever a unit is attacking or defending alone, they will trigger Mask of Foresight once, and then it can continue to trigger if they defend alone or attack alone again.
Yeah. Thanks for that. That's news to me. Thanks for clarifying.
No. Mask of Foresight, good card. So we see the long.
Are you streaming, Chris?
Yes, I am. The link is in general. If you want to join, that'd be cool.
Sure.
So he's gonna get to tap 1 to draw if he wants. Unless he already did, I must have missed that.
He drew.
He drew.
So this is pretty strong. He can gank over into Dusk Rose, not give over that extra draw, and then obviously stay on pace.
Yep.
This Fiora is also going to be pretty annoying to deal with, being a 7 on defense. Plus he's holding another longsword in hand. I would almost not develop here and just hold the longsword. Yeah, I think that's the correct move. You can gank over next turn if you have to. It's a little bit slow if he doesn't challenge your Fiora, but it just is a safer play. And this Fiora is just going to keep drawing to, just keep conquering both sides. It's going to be very annoying to deal with. Double Disarming Rake in hand for Kael'wins though, so that longsword might go away. Which makes the longsword in hand even stronger, because if he plays the Disarming Rake, thinking that the Fiora is going to go all the way down to 4, not get shield, not get deflect and all that, and then all of a sudden he drops the longsword, the second longsword, and you cannot react with your Disarming Rake at that point, so you'll probably lose a unit for it.
Do you think also Disarming Rake's just seeing more?
Sorry?
Right.
What'd you say?
1 second.
Oh, okay.
So the Disarming Rake, do you think it's seeing more play because of Sprite Fountain as well? Just because I feel like anything blue runs it now.
Sorry, Saf. Say that one more time. I was just distracted by something.
Oh, you're good. So you think Disarming Rake's just seeing more play because of Sprite Fountain as well? Just let me.
I don't. I mean, it definitely doesn't hurt, because Sprite Fountain is obviously a very good card, but really that's not great value. I think it's mainly, like, if you look at some of the top decks, Azir, Aurelia, Aurora, it's good into all of them. So, you know, even some of the mid-tier decks, kind of like Lilia, playing the Mask of Foresight. Lucian, which got a top 50 placing at, Sydney. There's just a lot of gear in the meta right now. But especially in those top tier decks. Baited Hook LeBlanc as well. Obviously you don't want to
that's a big
allow
one.
them to, you know, continue.
It's interesting. We figured we'd go into the meta seeing a lot more Dazzling Aurora, so we would assume not to run gear because there's going to be a lot of gear hate. but I feel like we're seeing even more gear now.
Yeah, I think it's just strong. There's so many counters in the game for spells right now that ambush and equipment are two strong ways of going around those counters. It's much harder to deal with equipment and or ambush units. That's why we're seeing rise of play of units like Kha'Zix, Rengar, both Rengars, the red Spearforge Rengar, and then also obviously the orange Unleashed Rengar. Kha'Zix is like a crazy card right now. Vi is a very strong unit for like any yellow deck pretty much. I'm curious, I didn't see any Vi's in this yellow Vi's in this Vi deck, which I feel like it's such a strong unit currently that it is a bit surprising. I understand it can be kind of expensive for these low to the ground decks, but choosing to develop here, I think this is a really strong move. Even if Gale wins double conquers, he only goes to 5, and then you could retake to go to 6 and stay on your even curve. And then also potentially keep 2 units in base, because if you can double conquer with 2 units, but then use Vi Legend to ready one of them and pull it back, and then maybe you could develop even more units. This kind of sets you up a few turns down the line to win the game. Thank you, Tameless. Me for president. I need 6 more years. I'm only 29. 5.5 years. Another sprite first.
So does this mean Edge is running the country in 5.5 years?
Potentially. I will need your votes. If anyone is in the Discord or in the YouTube chat, if you could just like the stream. Thanks, friends. Appreciate you.
Already one step ahead of you. Did that as soon as I joined.
Thank you, Tony. Tony's my clickbait.
Everyone like, subscribe, put on that bell notification icon. There's going to be a lot more to come.
There we go, Tony. Just sounding like a true YouTuber. So, Accelerated Kaisa, getting an extra draw on the board, also kind of hits that might threshold of 4, making the Lilia play something on top of the sprite, whether that be one of these Disarming Rakes, or, you know, like a Discipline or an Unguard, which he does have an Unguard in hand. He's been holding that for a while. I also see a Sprite Fountain. Falling Star here. I could see some merit to just playing this Falling Star. He just chooses to pass. I don't know what interaction Vi is holding in his hand, but clearly he has something, because there's really no reason to just pass there. Unless he does. Salvage, which you definitely don't want to play right now. I think we're going to be going to game 3, though. There would have to be a pretty monumental fumble at this point to not go to game 3. There's a smoke screen in hand from Gelwin, so that's going to be a strong interaction on the coming turn.
Does Danny have anything else in his hand outside of the Falling Star from last turn?
I can't see, but I just don't. Okay, so he goes to 6. He will go to 7. If he only pushes in 5 here, he is still holding that smoke screen, but having to play it on this turn is going to be really not good. You want to be killing the Sprite here. No. You're looking to win the game. I think you just want to kill the Sprite. Not playing any interaction makes me kind of curious as to why he wouldn't choose to play the Falling Star last turn.
Yeah, why don't you just Falling Star and then just stack on a battlefield, like put one at each battlefield, and you have what, 7 and 8 at the 2 different battlefields?
I wouldn't have stacked. I would have just Falling Starred and waited.
I mean, he also still has the Vi from Champions.
Yeah, he can just play Vi Accelerated because of the Rek'Sai's on board. He can Falling Star the 2 Sprites, and then just push in with a Vi, and that should just be game. He also has a BF Sword, which he can play on the Vi as well. So this should be a pretty easy win for the Vi here. Never bad to think it through. It's round 1. He's already down 1 game, so don't blame him if he takes a little bit longer to make sure he's doing the right play. So Falling Star, going to be targeting the 2 Sprites. Looks like no interaction from Gelwin's side. First thing I would do is just conquer the left with Fiora, just to get that out of the way. I don't like that he's tapping himself out before. What is he playing? He's not playing the Vi. Which, interesting decision, but I'm sure he still has the win anyway. Janna! Oh my gosh, Gale wins 1. Oh no.
Well, not really. He's on 7. Oh
no,
yeah,
it's over.
Oh yeah, the guy's cooked.
Why did he not just play Vi? Okay, well, this is round 1. He has a chance to bounce back. Gellens wins. That's a rough one. That's definitely a bit of a rough one.
It's the definition
Hey,
of
Chris, can you let's go over what Janna does.
So Janna is a 3-cost 1-power reaction unit. She's the green version of Shen, kind of. But she is the only fighter flight left in the game. When you play her, she heals all your units at the battlefield, and then she pushes an opponent's unit back to base. So equipping everything to Fiora there ended up being a mistake, because then his Rek'Sai was not strong enough to get over both of the units. A really cool tech card out of Gelwin's side, something that, I'm sure not everyone is playing, but an extremely powerful card in certain situations, as you just saw. Doesn't matter how much might you have, if you get Janned to base, you just lose. So, really, really cool interaction for the first round. Who would have thought that Janna would be winning the first round match? That's a fun one.
I think his first option was just to either sack the Fiora or do something else. He basically.
I think you just play Vi. You just play Vi Accelerated. You recycle your entire grave, which I think was probably between 6 and 8. She goes up to over 10. Push her into a battlefield. He has to respond with Janna, and then you could just play the BF Sword. This is after the Falling Star. You could Falling Star preemptively. Then you just play the BF Sword, equip it to Fiora, and push it in. You just win the game.
Well, he didn't even have to play BF Sword. Is the thing. He could have just played the Gauntlets. BF Sword being for energy is just not necessary.
Well, I'm saying so. If he
the
line that I would have taken is here. Let's see if I can pull this up. Actually, the line that I would have taken is let's see. Yeah, it would have been Vi out of Champ Zone. She gets accelerated off Rek'Sai. You recycle your old grave. Let's call it 7. So put her to 10. You push in. This is after Falling Starring the 2 Sprites. Once you push in, he only has 3 runes. So if he allows Vi to conquer, she's going to ready herself and gank and win the game. So he has to react with Janna. He reacts with Janna, pushes the Vi back. Now he has 5 at one battlefield and 0 at the other. He's tapped out, so all you do is play BF Sword, equip it to Fiora, go in, conquer, ready with Vi Legend, because it's 8 into 3, or 8 into 5, and then you jump to the other battlefield, or you could just use the Rek'Sai. But either way, you have to put the Vi in first, because she's a low energy cost way of threatening that battlefield, and then you hold up runes for interaction. Let's hear what Galen has to say.
Trial meta, basically. Sold, I've known from the trial meta, in fact. We were playing like Jinx.
I bet she's gonna say I got lucky.
Way back when.
That he just
So
put
it's
everything
not that
together.
The team is new, it's just officially branding now. So yeah, we are the secret sauce. We're going to be split between some best ofs and some actually trying to win the event as we go to each event. For this one, I'm on a best of, so I'll be trying to get Lily a best of. Meanwhile, Tog and Sold are going to win the event with Sivir Aurora, just like Sold almost did at Sydney.
Perfect, and that sounds like an excellent plan. It's awesome just to hear immediately like a breakdown of you guys have a plan coming into this event to take down best ofs. And speaking of best ofs, Gellens, you already have one on Yasuo. You're pretty known already in the community. We've seen you, do a couple of other pieces across these other events. But I got to ask you, this Unleashed format is the last chance to get these best ofs for the Origins Legends. And you're not playing Yasuo. Can I ask maybe why the pivot to Lilia? Because we saw an excellent gameplay from it.
Yeah. So I loved Yasuo set 1. Yasuo set 1 has been my favorite deck of the game. It was beautiful with the way that it played and its modality into that specific set format. But as we changed format, Yasuo just felt worse and worse. And he was not what I fell in love with. So instead of tarnishing like what I have my love of Yasuo for, I'm just going to play the things that I do want to play. Lily has a whole new color combination for me, being blue-green. It's still green, so I have to keep some bit of home in there. And it's been very exciting just to explore those color combinations and to figure out where those are ticking. And Lily is giving me similar to the same vibes as Yasuo from the original. I've been able to grind out games with her. She has some modality, and she's also just super fast deck, so I've been enjoying her a lot.
Yeah, it actually is very interesting to look at the differences between Lilia now as this sort of like not hold specialist like what Ahri and what people have attempted to use. Ornn is obviously a whole separate beast, but Lilia does sort of have that modality, like you said, of being able to get onto battlefields a lot more efficiently by always getting this, this ready sprite unit, a bunch of now new sprite and temporary synergies that exist in the game. So it is interesting that it is kind of maybe a little bit of that similar feel without now losing chaos and gaining mind access.
For sure.
So it is awesome to hear that. I got to ask you specifically in that match, I'll be honest, I was a little afraid for you. When I think of like how Vi wants to play the game, your little 3 might sprites might be a little bit, but you handled it so well. And the Mask of Foresight's really coming in clutch there. I think a lot of people were even like, everyone's talked about Mask of Foresight being successful in a lot of these decks that need a little bit of extra might push. And we've been kind of selling the point about how numbers really matter in might. 1 or 2 extra might mattering a lot. How does that really feel when you add those sort of cards to this deck?
It radically changes everything. The breakpoint between a 3 and a 4 is massive, because now we're trading with all of the common 4s in the format. Things like Kai'Sa's, things like Noxus Hopefuls, as we saw in the Vi game. Those 4s matter. When we get the second mask on the field, now we're beating that, and it can just become overwhelming over the course of a game. Into Kai'Sa, a deck like Kai'Sa, she's not really in the meta right now, but she's a great example of how Mask of Foresight can just block a deck entirely. Her only units that she really plays are like 2-drops, 4-drops, and then like...
So, that was a cool insight. Honestly, I kind of agree with him on what he said about Yasuo. It's just not the deck that I fell in love with either. So I definitely understand where he's coming from on that. Interesting that the plushies they chose, obviously we saw that Ziggs is going to be in Radiance, and Renekton is going to be in set 4, which is... What is set 4 again, Christian? I think you probably know, right?
Vendetta.
Vendetta, thank you. And then we have that Annie, which is like the goth skin Annie, which is very popular in League. Interested to see if that's like a little, if it was just chosen at random, or are they giving a little sneak peek, kind of, at a potential new Annie. There was obviously the new Master Yi. They did have plans to make new versions of all the Proving Ground Legends. That has been confirmed. So that would be definitely interesting to see if there's a...
What's your take on the Illuminati?
No, just no, we're not going to do that. Just, I'm good, thanks.
Conspiracy theories.
Just where did that come from?
They could just pick some plushies. I mean, there doesn't have to be any rhyme or reason.
Cool to see TSS, which now I know stands for the secret sauce, coming into the space. More teams are obviously coming into the Riftbound space. Shout out Team Edge. I hear those guys are pretty cool. You know, with a card game that is now having 2,000 plus people regional events, only 6 months into the game's lifespan, and the support from a company like Riot, it's really cool to see teams come in, I think, and have different strategies, pro play or semi-pro play. You know, Dizzy is one of the cooler and nicer people that I've met along the way at some of these bigger events, and he, I saw, is a part of TSS as well, which is awesome. Thank you, Saf. Trying to keep your #1 spot in the fans, top fans.
Just complimenting my boy, man. Come on.
But yeah, a lot of the TSS players seem like really cool guys. They're obviously very, very strong players. I could definitely see Galewin's going on to win this Best of Lilia to add to his collection. Farm those points, rip the pack. Yeah, you have to rip the pack on stream. Well, at least on Discord stream.
You do both. So this being my first, I mean, it's not my first TCG, but my first TCG on the level that we're all kind of following at.
Yeah.
Is this, is TSS, I mean, he just talked about it, this is his new team, but are there any teams from other, this might be a question for everybody, but are there any teams from other professional card players that are
the whole team aspect is huge in Magic. Like, back when I played Magic, what, 10 plus years ago at this point, like, teams are still a big, huge thing of Magic nowadays, too. Like, when it comes to, like, the bigger events, the teams will get together, like, the week before, have an entire testing house, and, like, so teams are, for a while, have been a big thing in trading cards.
Yeah. Teams were a thing even back when I was a youngling playing Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, even at a very young age, going to like regional events with my older brother and such, there were people, you know, that were on competitive teams then, and it's been consistent throughout TCGs. I think Riftbound is even more team oriented though, because of these farming strategies for metal cards, going for best ofs and such, spreading out kind of different people for different strategies. You know, there has also been kind of a culture shift in now charging money for certain guides or certain insights or for coaching, which, you know, that's everybody's business to do what they want, to learn how they learn or teach how they teach. And obviously the people that are teaching these courses hopefully are putting in a lot of time in order to give a worthwhile product. But when there's money to be made, you know, gatekeeping kind of some of these strategies and playing with, you know, a coordinated group is a really strong aspect. You know, you don't really get better by playing people that are not as good or better than you. So, I mean, this is how most of us probably know the story about how Miracle came about. It was a Challenger TCG player trying to figure out how to play Jinx for best of, and just throwing stuff at the wall, and then eventually stumbling upon, you know, Detonate and the Miracle package, and then basically putting that into Draven because it's the same colors, and now we have the most dominant deck, the deck that needed a ban more than anything else, all because a team was working towards getting a best of. So, you know, it's part of the culture, the good and the bad.
Chris, One Piece also has a big team aspect because of uncut sheets at the prize wall and other various expensive prizing.
just, you know, when it comes to prizing and best ofs and prize walls and these events where cards are selling for, you know, 5-6 figures for some of these, like, you know, regional cards, or you know, $6,000 to first, or, you know, 25K tournaments, 50K tournaments that CCS is holding their 50K series. You know, people are going to invest a lot of time, a lot of money, and they want to make sure that they get better and give themselves the best shot of winning, and being a part of a team is typically the best way to do that.
I guess the second part of my question was, do you guys know about any teams from other TCGs that are rotating into Riftbound?
Not that I'm aware of. Yeah, not that I'm aware of. Team Edge, TCG.
So that's pretty cool then, that all these teams are just sprouting up because of, you know, they just got together because of Riftbound, or they're just...
There's definitely people that have come from other card games that are playing the game, but there hasn't been like a big influx yet of like, let's say like a well-known Magic team being like, okay, we're all gonna go play Riftbound now. It's the Magic people are still sticking to Magic, and I think the Magic players that have like transferred over are also just big League and Riot stands in general. So, like, there's a handful that I know, but not a huge amount playing.
It's also
Team
not.
Edge has 3 of the top 5 players in New York currently ranked as of right now. Just saying, pretty strong team. Up and comers.
Chris, but a lot of teams are sponsored by stores, and they're not really like formal teams, quote unquote.
Shout out Comic Book Depot, the first unofficial sponsor of Team Edge as well.
Unofficial sponsor.
Well, they are kind of sponsoring us. We are getting Comic Book Depot patches. So after speaking with the owner, Mike, coolest guy ever.
Yeah, you hand out our jerseys to us, and then you have to...
And then I ripped them right back because he wanted to put patches on them. Yeah, absolutely.
So excited.
I know, it was exciting. We have great jerseys, but we're going to get patches from Comic Book Depot, our local store in Belmore, border of Belmore and Wantagh. So, yeah. We are kind of sponsored. I don't know if I could officially say sponsored. We don't have a contract or anything, but he's sponsoring us enough to get patches on the jerseys. Terms of the deal are confidential. So what do we think about these lists? I like the 2 Vi's. I like the 2 backoffs. Looks pretty relatively standard. I'm assuming this GA is either emergency play to drop a Sand Soldier, but typically you're gonna maybe save that for if you have to play out your Azir non-accelerated. Yeah, looks fairly standard to me, this list. Anything sticking out to any of you guys? Hey, Edge Granny in the chat, eggplant. That's all he wrote, it was just eggplant. Hello, Joel. Good luck today. That's my goat right there. Do we have an update on any of our players in round 1? Let's see.
They're only in round 1, so this is... Do we know anyone that didn't have a bye?
I know Joel did not. Joel did not have a bye. He was going to try and get one last night in the pre-RQ, but came up short on that. He actually ended up playing Gelwins, funny enough. Oh, Mike hearted my thing in the Comic Book Depot chat, the link, so I guess I am allowed. just hit 10 likes. Very cool. If anyone hasn't subscribed, please do so. That would be great. Looking to get, you know, this first 100, 200 out of the way as quickly as possible. Alright, so open, 1-drop gear, into Sand Soldier, into Lilia, very standard. Conquer's Hall of Legends. I didn't get a peek at either hand. Looks like a Sprite Burst in the Lilia's hand. Cool to see that we're getting multiple Lilias. Oh, this is game 3, so this is cool. Kind of like this Azir's runes right now. The tree with the statue. Choosing to hide a card on a floated rune. He's floating his only yellow rune? No, okay. Chooses to float the green. And then just passes. This is a huge tempo loss for the Azir. Not sure what he could have in hand at this point. Double Sprite Fountain in the hand of the Lilia, along with a Heart of Dark Ice, a Defy. He has everything. Okay. This is a really strong hand from the Lilia, plus clearly not the best hand out of the Azir. So he's going to need a big, you know, swing. Looks like a Smoke and Mirrors in the hand of the Lilia as well, which could be relevant right here. Probably wants to open up with a Sprite Fountain here, so that you can just put a 3 into a 3 and draw out that Hidden Blade. I think that's where I would go with it. He is choosing not to, maybe going for the Smoke and Mirrors play, which effectively is a similar thing, but now his Lilia is exhausted. And now it's 6 into 3. This does get around a Discipline or an Unguard. Okay, he's going to cast Discipline anyway. I feel like this is a Defy. Discipline is such a strong card, you don't want to give him a draw when he's clearly on a bad hand. Yeah, chooses to Defy, and that probably means he's going to Hidden Blade himself. Oh, it's a Guards. Interesting, okay. I thought they said it was a Hidden Blade, but maybe they were just guessing. So that only trades, yeah, this feels like a huge tempo advantage for the Lilia. He can now just cast Sprite Fountain, conquer Seat of Power, and draw a card. Pretty tough start for this Azir. Hey, looks like Joel has won his round 1. Shout out Edge Granny or Joel. He was facing a Kaisa, which is hilarious because that's the deck he played for the last 2 sets. One of the best Kaisas in the world, in my opinion. Didn't get a chance to show it at any of the regionals in set 1 or 2, unfortunately, but still one of the best out there. So clearly knows how to play against that deck. I believe Elijah or Edge Favored had a bye, so looks like going into round 2 with a couple of guys that are 1-0. That's always nice. of Power is such a strong battlefield, so I don't blame the commentators for talking about it. In certain decks, it is just incredible value. Saf, why is my name in your phone Chris Rift Diddler? I know you said BRB, but I'm just going to call that out now. Desert's Call is a really strong play here. A bit of a catch-up card. We'll be able to, hopefully for him, double conquer on the next turn to go to 4. Maybe he can get away with holding on Hall of Legends if he has some strong interaction. He already got one of the Defies out of hand of the Lilia. He's also on more runes overall. So if he's allowed to... if he's able to turn this corner and, you know, develop this board, he can definitely come back in this game, especially with the Arise in hand. Definitely needs to build the board of gear and equipment as much as possible. Heart of Dark Ice is going to be a really strong card, along with the Mask of Foresight. You're going +4 onto something. This would allow the Lilia to conquer, and then you could maybe Sprite Fountain into the Seat of Power, draw a card again, stay on evens, go to 6. Really, really strong hand out of this Lilia right from the get-go. So, not surprised at all in what's going on. Okay, Heart of Dark Ice on the Sprite. And now that's a 7 Sprite going in. Which means that even if you discipline, you're only trading back off out of hand, which is really good. He has another Defy. Ugh, this Lilia's draws are absolutely sickening right now. Obviously he's playing it correctly, so, you know, not much, no blame to him, but his extra draws of the Seat of Power are clearly paying off. Multiple Defies, has his gear set up, has more interaction in hand, multiple Sprite Fountains, just really, really, really strong. 6-2 right now, going to need a huge, huge swing from this gear in order to make anything happen. Maybe if he can go with like a gear into an Arise, double conquer, and then attempts to potentially hold if he has any runes up after that. He's going 3 into 4, so I'm assuming he's going to cast like a Discipline. Oh, a Vi! This is very strong. Going to stun the Lilia, not lose either side. I'm not sure why he's doing this on Seat of Power instead of going into the other battlefield first after equipping a BF Sword to the Readied Sand Soldier in base, because that would allow him to then draw an extra card, kind of keep up a little bit on the hand tempo. Lilia, OP or what? Potentially. I don't think so. I don't think OP, but she is very strong. A deck that's overlooked a lot. The color combination is very interesting, but I think in future sets, Lilia can be very, very, very strong. overuse of Lilting Lullaby, you know, in a more spell-heavy meta. This is not a spell-heavy meta. Aurora, obviously, it plays a lot of spells, but is a gear deck. You need to hit Aurora into your Elder Dragon. So Lilting Lullaby, you know, you can hit it on like a Catalyst or a Fury of Blades. Yeah, I think the Vi into the Azir, in the Azir deck, is maybe a tech. It could be a sideboard card against more aggressive opponents. So Vi is such a strong card, especially going second. You could play it on even just turn 2 into these more aggressive legends and more aggressive decks to kind of swing a lot of tempo early. But yeah, like I was saying, I think Lilia in future sets can be really, really strong if we go to a spell-heavy meta. If you think about Lilting Lullaby in like set 1, oh, he has Unchecked Power in hand. Does he just cast it here? Probably not, because it's your entire turn if you do. Actually, you might have to. I don't know if he has many other options. I think I saw a Tasty Feyfolk in hand, but you really don't want to develop and allow the Azir to go to 6, because that's kind of scary. Lilia is kind of one of those decks, I think, also that can just take people off guard. It's so fast that one misplay, one misstep, you know, just playing a little bit too slow, and all of a sudden you are just so far behind. You know, and it can pump out so much might so early. Ooh, okay, we're going with the Tasty Feyfolk. I don't know if I agree with this decision. You're never really going to get any value out of his Death Knell, so you're basically just playing 7 for 6 might. Yeah, interesting. This could, if we see an Arise come down here, if he plays a gear into an Arise, and then he could just stack these battlefields, I mean, it's going to be a fairly difficult journey for this Lilia. And then on top of that, you could just keep the Azir in the back, potentially, just in case he could only take one side. And then that Azir obviously can move and pull any remaining Sand Soldiers. Not sure what's in the Azir's hand. Stacking the battlefield, obviously scary against blue, because the Unchecked Power is a card. But if he Unchecked Powers and the Azir player has anything in base, then there's obviously potential for a double conquer and win for the Azir. Trying to do something really quick, and it's not allowing me. Okay. This is definitely going to be an interesting decision from both sides. You know, this is obviously going to decide the game, and then also potentially decide the fate of these guys' tournaments, which is you know, very stressful to be in a round one. I faced the guy that ended up coming number 16 in my first round. He was on Proving Grounds version of Master Yi, and he won in game 3. So losing rounds, it was round 2 because I had a bye. It's very hard, very difficult mentally to stay sharp and stay on point. Thankfully, I was able to bounce back, but you know, ultimately came up obviously one match short. So you really don't want to fall behind in this early game, or in the this early in the day. You know, if you take your first loss in round 5, 6, 7, it's like you're feeling pretty good still, but you know, you don't want to be behind the 8 ball. Tiebreakers obviously come into effect when it comes to best ofs. So that's also something to think about. A loss early can seriously set you behind. Hey, Val Starlight, we have somebody famous in the chat. Awesome. I'm here to learn, dude. I'll be checking in. Hopefully I don't miss any set games. Yeah, no, I'll be uploading the stream afterwards, so if there's any set games, I'll let you know. But awesome, thanks for joining for a bit. If anybody's watching, hasn't liked or subscribed, please do. Would really appreciate it. But yeah, awesome to see Val Starlight in the chat with all of his subscribers.
I must say, playing someone like Alan TQ, good tiebreakers. Thank you.
Good tiebreakers, coming from the best of. The best of. Oh, I just saw your thing. I saw that tweet from Alan earlier. The 3 Barons, just like you, Tony. You guys are basically one and the same.
I know. I need one more. Give me one more Baron. Maybe I'll try it out.
So obviously we are in the tank. Whoa, IBRB for 1 minute, and we have an appearance from Edge Granny. Yes, we do. He showed up in the chat.
Can't wait to see him on stream.
He will be on stream. That's for sure. Your mic is a little low for me. Is my mic low for anybody else?
No, you sound fine. Is it me?
Okay.
Is that better?
Oh, no. I was reading a message.
Oh.
Yeah, I can maybe sit a little bit closer. I also have like double windscreen on this, so I don't think I need this as much, but
It might be your input into your OBS, because your Discord.
My OBS levels look good. Let me make sure that it's picking up my correct mic. That would be really embarrassing if it's on my wrong mic this whole time, because I do have 2 mics plugged in. Okay, let's see. I don't know. Wait, hold on. Val, is that better? Because I might have had this entire time. I hear the others fine. Your volume just might be a little lower in the stream end. Yeah, let me know if this sounds better, if you can. Just from the stream end of it, not the Discord end of it. I just corrected some of the levels, made sure the correct mic is being used, so hopefully we're good now. Better, but now there's an echo. Ay. What am I doing here? Okay. I'm going to mute the stream real quick to listen to myself for a sec. So hopefully we're good now. I definitely hear the echo. That's an echo. Ay. What am I doing here? Okay. I'm going to mute the stream real quick to listen to myself for a sec. So hopefully we're good now. Okay. I'm going to mute the stream real quick. I think the echo might have been coming from my webcam, which is like the weirdest thing. I don't know why my webcam is picking up audio. So that might have fixed it. Welcome to streaming, where if you're not having an audio issue every time you go live, you're doing it wrong. Yep. You would understand. Might have been coming from my webcam, which is like the. Hey, I fixed the echo because I'm listening to myself now. Awesome. Thank you, Val. I really appreciate it. So so annoying that I'm an hour and a half in. Where if you're not having an audio issue every time you go live, you're doing it wrong. Yep. And I just you would understand. Might have been coming from my webcam, which is like the. Hey, I fixed the echo because I'm listening to myself now. Awesome. Thank you, Val. I really appreciate it. So annoying that I'm. Okay, let's get back to commentating really quick. Let's see here. Okay.
And it is a back off, yes.
Okay, so the unchecked power gets cast. Sprite fountain.
You're able to close out the game. Very well played by both players.
And that is game for Lilia. Not much you can do from the Azir side unless you have something like Windwall. He had such a great setup on the side of the. This is part of the process, trust. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. I appreciate the support. You know, especially from somebody that has done well, and you know, for all 8 people in here, if you're not subscribed to Val Starlight and you like Marvel Rivals, go ahead. Be one of the like 13,000 people subscribed to this guy, our local famous person.
And then we get 2 highlight reel Lilia matches here, but I have to say,
back-to-back Lilias on stream. Really unfortunate for the Azir player. That turn 2 is what I kind of go back to. Having, you know, hiding a card and then just passing. He conquered, hit a card, passed, which is a really unfortunate turn 2. Didn't develop a board at all. Didn't, you know, didn't really do anything at all, which is really tough. So those are those risks that you have to take sometimes of like, I don't have another way to win. Really hard to bounce back from that. So going to one
Ooh, there's a poll. There's a Q&A that I could add to the chat.
If not,
that's interesting. All right, well, that's the end of round 1.
So I like that line decision there because
long round 1. We're already at 2:30. So obviously when it comes to these bigger events, be prepared to be there all day if you haven't been at any of these events before in the past. And you're planning on going to one maybe at Hartford. I'll be in and out lurking. Have fun. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. You know, shout out one of our awesome locals. Really cool guy. Really awesome to see some of the people that I play Riftbound with on a weekly basis to be coming into the chat and hanging out for a bit.
I think that was the best shot there.
Really supportive group of people in my local scene. We're going to a break, so I am going to step away just for 1 second. I am 2.5 hours in at this point. Use the restroom. I will be right back.
One of the mini stops here at the regional qualifier in Vancouver is, of course, the prize wall. Now, you can find the prize wall at all of the sort of regional qualifiers that we have going on, but every single time there seems to be something new to pick up. Of course, you can pick up your normal Riftbound merch, playmats, sleeves, some oversized battlefields, but we have something new this time. We have these brand new prize wall runes. Now, you can redeem these and you get a full set of the 36, 6 from each domain. And of course, we got to talk about the Plated Legends. You can still claim Plated Legends here, and now with Unleashed being inserted into the meta, they have been added to the Plated Legend rule. But remember, you got to be a little quick because they only have as many as the supplies last. So make sure you check out the prize wall and use those prize wall tickets as soon as you can.
Do y'all have a favorite legend?
Ooh, that's a good question. Probably Rek'Sai, still kind of near and dear to my heart. She's not great right now, but she'll have her day, I'm sure. But yeah, I like Rek'Sai a lot, probably. Yeah, I'd say Rek'Sai is probably my favorite right now.
Do you have a favorite Fury legend?
Fury legend. I guess Rek'Sai again.
We're wrecking it here. Do you have a favorite legend?
Rengar. Roar.
Meow. Do you have a favorite Fury legend?
Fury. Rengar. Roar.
What is your favorite legend?
Ooh, out of all of them, I'd say LeBlanc is the most fun.
Do you have a favorite Fury legend?
Kaisa.
Do you have a favorite legend at all?
Yeah, Volibear. That's my guy.
Do you think it's your favorite Fury legend as well? Because I would be furious to know that.
Yes, definitely my favorite Fury legend.
Do you have a favorite legend?
Man, I've been playing so much Irelia. That's why I want to say Irelia. I'm gonna go with Irelia. I don't know. I don't have anything else.
We'll switch it up on you. What's your favorite Fury legend?
Fury legend, Rek'Sai. I don't know why. There's just something about Rek'Sai. I used to play her in League, and then she's like good in Riftbound as well. So like, it's kind of nice to have that like connection to a champion.
I love Ivern. He's not very good, but it's a fun deck. It's surprising. You can do some fun stuff with it.
Do you have a favorite Fury legend?
Favorite Fury legend? Right now it's probably either Pyke or Jinx. I really want to make Jinx work, but it's rough.
Do you have a favorite legend?
Victor. Yeah, definitely Victor.
Do you have a favorite legend?
My favorite legend is Master Yi.
Do you have a favorite Fury legend?
Ooh. It's gonna have to be my boy Draven.
I would say my favorite legend is Sivir, but that was Miracle Sivir, so I don't play it anymore because Aurora's boring.
Do you have a favorite Fury legend?
Draven, because
We
it is
somehow
well
lost half our
designed
viewers while I was
and
gone.
winning
Couldn't
games
even
is
take a
fun.
3-minute break.
That one, I guess, is actually a hot take.
Those were some hot takes.
Okay, round 2 coming up soon. What decks do we want to see on stream? If anybody's watching currently.
Right there, but we're gonna go to it and see. You know, is pretty close to the.
I definitely want to see. I mean, I don't know if it's boring or not, but I want to see some of the more meta decks. As a Hook LeBlanc player, I'd love to see a Hook LeBlanc. I definitely would like to see where Diana is standing. And Aurelia. Not Aurora. Anything but Aurora.
Not only do we have 2 of these units here, but we also do have the viability, which will let you, reset one of your units active, and with ganking potential with the Fiora there, it's really good. So we'll keep going forward through it. We're going to see that, we are going to have not a lot of units on the other side to get rid of the sprite tokens, as mentioned. And
Give me a Lisa and Garen on here. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe a Lee Sin or a Garen. I mean, if it's... I mean, the only problem with that is it's just going to be another... It's just going to be another Aurora list, which, like, I just don't want to see that. That's the only problem. I'm not trying to watch Aurora gameplay, because to me, that is boring. Oh, we are up to 21 subscribers, which is awesome. Thank you to everybody that's subscribed. That first 100 can be rather annoying. So really happy, really glad that you guys are subscribing. That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Very close end there. So that's going to be it for this one. This was just round 1, 2, so we got a lot of gameplay moving forward. We got a lot of matches, and looking forward to seeing what round 2 is going to look like. All right, well, that handsome devil had a lot to say, but we're back here. I am the Eggman. I'm joined by Ursi Day, and we've got round 2 upon us. How you doing, Ursi Day?
I'm doing great, and I cannot wait to see what.
Awesome to see the commentary team, Riftbound, League of Legends, Riot. They do a great job at getting a lot of different casters. And both mainstays of multiple events here, knowledgeable casters, and people to keep the entertainment value up of a game like this. Let's see.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like
they have how many concurrent views? I'm not even subscribed to Riftbound. Oh, this is my account. Let's see. They have over 3,500 people watching, which is awesome to see. Love to see the health of the
We
game.
saw two Lilia decks on the first matches, and they still play differently. They still are built a little bit differently, and that's one of my favorite things of this game, right? We've got 40 cards, but there's so much decision between them, and 40 cards, 40 legends right now. There's just going to be more and more.
40 legends.
Just really
Crazy to think about that we're up to 40 legends already.
I agree, and I mean, we're so early into the set. Who knows what the correct way to play it is? And both players of Lilia, fantastic players. Gelwind, who did get the best of, especially during set 1 at Houston. Ghosty has been, he did very well in Houston as well. Very, like in a lot of like the grassroots tournaments, and they both still decided on that play.
Yeah. So obviously a lot of competition for just the Lilia best of already, but but we've got a lot of variety I think today too. We looked at what we thought was going to win. I said Diana. With the rest of the cast, you said LeBlanc. Right, these are some, I think, high skill cap.
Anybody that's in the stream, do we have any predictions? We've seen 2 Lilias win on stream. Are we going to see an upset? Are we going to see a Lilia go all the way or even top 8? But if not,
but I think there's so many cool options.
What are we going to see?
Was my favorite pick for last set.
Are we going to see an Azir, like the Chinese moto?
Azir was my second. I mean, like,
are we going to see,
just choose one of in the finals, right? Easy choice. Right? But, I think
Aurelia, run it back. Maybe one of the purple-blue decks, Ezreal, Diana. Not well. Timo went really far last time, so maybe Timo even. For me, I think the upper echelon are Sivir, LeBlanc, Aurelia. I think those 3 have the best shot, but I think dark horses, Diana, Azir, Proving Grounds Yi, if they can avoid the Aurora matchup. Shout out Rich. Friend of mine, incredible Master Yi player. I think he has like 1 loss on the season. He's like 15-1-2 or something like that.
Because we still are seeing mid-range Yi. We are still seeing Aurora. It's one of the few Aurora decks that like does have 2 different like play styles, I feel like. And even more interesting, like I think back to like set 1 where sometimes they had like a hybrid where they could side out Aurora, side in mid-range. I wonder if we could see that sometime today as well.
Yeah, for sure. Thinking of some other kind of relevant legends, we did some overviews. Looking at them yesterday, but another one is like Vex. I think Vex has been,
Vex. I don't see Vex. I think it's too easy to side into. I think uncheck power.
Really cool. I really like
and just like Star-Crossed or Rebuke. As long as Star-Crossed doesn't get defied or Rebuke gets not so fasted. I think like you have to win die roll also on Vex. So I don't really see Vex being that big of a problem. In this.
I'm really excited to see what she can do.
Yeah, because it's.
I just realized I was muted on Discord this entire time.
I've only got 2 or 3 cards in hand,
but
really
not muted for the stream, so that's good. That would have been embarrassing.
So I think that's why this is very popular. Obviously,
yeah, I saw you talking, and I'm like, wait, he's got himself muted in here.
Yeah, I didn't realize I did that, but
already has been shown very strong with Aurelia, right? Probably one of the best legends still in this meta.
Yeah, that is definitely for sure. We saw it so strong in Sydney. I can't wait to see, like, will Vex pull more from Aurelia? How is this going to work out between these different decks that do share colors? Because we've seen with other legends that share colors that they don't always play the same exact.
Yeah, so I think we're going to see the 2 decks that we're going to be going into this one. So let's get a look over there. And community choice, though, looks like it's going to be Annie versus Rengar for our first match. And then we also do have Diana versus Pike for our match.
Annie versus Rengar is very interesting. And then we have Alan ZQ on stream. Who would have guessed it? Don't have flashbacks, Tony. Well, for me and
both of us traumatized by that, man. But he's one of the nicest guys around, though.
Yes, absolutely. Super nice guy. Everyone I've met from his team has been awesome. It was an absolute pleasure to play against not only him but Randy as well. Talk afterwards about the game, pick their brain a little bit. you know, I got the chance to sit down after my match with Randy. We played fairly quickly, so we had about 15 minutes left in the round, and then obviously overtime at regionals goes so long that we kind of just sat there and spoke for about 15 minutes, just about different lines, and it was really fascinating to talk to somebody who's obviously so high level at the game, so consistent, but really cool to see. You know, sometimes you meet some of these people and they are maybe not what you're expecting, but getting to meet and play against Alan and Randy was, like I said, an absolute pleasure. Definitely guys that I will root for as long as they're not playing against my teammates, you know, just based on the person that they are and what they represent for the game. I think they're great representations for the game. Ooh, I didn't even realize it's Sam D. Sherman on Rengar. Very interesting. I'm guessing he's going for best of, because I don't think Rengar is the game that you're, or the deck that you're going to win it all on. Oh, it's community choice. Not surprising that they pick Alan.
For anyone that's following Alan's Twitter, he's not playing a standard Diana list. There was a picture of 3 Barons, ultimate Barons, by the way. So his deck
he's not actually playing those. Unless those are all in his side deck, he is not actually playing the 3 Barons.
Oh, so disappointed.
Yeah. Sorry to burst your bubble, but
really just getting that one extra energy between turns usually really helps you out. So I think this is a really solid deck. Looking at the battlefields, nothing too outrageous. Maybe Raven.
I'm trying to log into X now in order to see some of that.
Yeah, and obviously
I could pull it up on the stream even.
I think earlier we were shared
At DerpyYasso on Twitter, if anyone wants to follow me. It's like a brand new account that I have not tweeted on yet. So, but it's going to be the one that I focus on Riftbound, because my other Twitter is just for, or X is just for like sports and such. Let's see, a little update on Randy's 2-0 against Pike. He's on Aurelia today. That was his round 1. Let's go to Alan.
Just the fact that it's just, you know, a one
he
really handy, even
that's
if
pinned.
You're not playing any gear.
Yeah, so he was talking about having 2 different variations of Diana that he felt are both really strong. An 8-card difference, which is obviously a sizable difference. That is, you know, 20% of your deck being changed out. And he said he just flipped a coin, so this is the version he's going with. Let's see here. Double acceptable losses and turn to dust in main. Very interesting. Something to keep an eye on. Double hard bargain, no abandon. Interesting as well. He is a smokescreen person over Eclipse, which I think most people are going towards on Diana. And only 2 Moonfalls. I think that card is extremely strong, but I could see maining only 2 and maybe siding the 3rd against certain strategies. Pike with the Baron list. Only 2 Vex, which is interesting to me, because that card is obviously extremely powerful. So interesting that he's only playing 2. Maybe siding the 3rd for games where he's going first. Everything else looks fairly normal. Triple cleave plus a blood rush is some heavy assault interaction, along with the 2 long swords. We're looking at hidden cards. We have just the Tide Turners. Excuse me.
But I think my favorite card in the list, just because it was my favorite card in set 2, is that Ferris Forerunner, which is really nice because if it gets killed, it's the death knell is that you get to play 2 3 might mech units, which are going to be really nice to then come back that next turn.
Yeah. So the fact that, you know, when it goes away, you're able to have 2 units to push to both battlefields, as you mentioned, very good. We also do see Vex, right? I think, again, it's going to be, I think you quoted, what, 20% of the decks are on there, which means I would expect 20% of the decks to be Chaos decks, right? That's almost the numbers there, because this has been really difficult to take out of any deck that can run it.
Yeah, and it's just so strong being able to stun units that come into play. And I think it's definitely one of the reasons that we're seeing it in play so much, being able to help defend against attackers, especially with so many ready units coming in this set.
So, okay, well, those are the 2 decks that we've got there. I think they're ready to go. And let's jump on into this match. It's going to be, again, Alan ZQ on the Diana versus Andy X on the...
All right, Alan ZQ on stream. I am actually really interested to see what happens in Sam D. Sherman. Every time I say Sam D. Sherman, I'm just thinking of... was it Finding Nemo? Right, when it's like Wallaby Way Sydney or something like that. But anyway, that's just my brain going off.
They've chosen their first battlefields too. We've got Ravenbloom for Alan ZQ, and then the Zon Warrens for Axis.
Yeah, this is going to be so exciting. Zon Warrens,
Let's see what
really
could
nice
happen
to
here.
through a bit of that deck.
You know, can we
I
see
mean, it will
upset
work for
of the
both
century?
players. And
Who
I know
knows?
we were talking about those 1-ofs in Alan ZQ's list. I have
This
heard that
obviously
he's
would be a
mentioned,
big
like, he's
upset to see
happy
Alan
with these
drop
1-ofs because he can draw to them. But it's
a
really
match
gonna be
this early
interesting to see,
on.
how that interacts here, especially with the Zon Warrens.
Yeah, yeah, and if I remember correctly, it looks like, I think Alan ZQ has, exponentially more spells in their deck. So Ravenblue obviously can work for both sides there, but going to draw more consistent, I think, for a Diana deck than necessarily a Pike deck.
Yeah, that is definitely for sure here. It does look like we're just going to be getting started. I always love seeing the fist bump.
Yeah, yeah, and I've played in a couple of these events too. Always respectful opponents, right? You take this really seriously, and really love to see it.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see. It does look we are just.
Did I just hear Alan said he chose to keep, which is very interesting, obviously, especially the more competitive players. Very often you want to mulligan just to gain more information, but clearly has a very strong hand. Chooses to keep the Stupefy unless that was his draw. Vex Apathetic, which probably will just be dropped on top of Ravenbloom. Literally already preloading it. Oh no, that was for the
definitely nice to get some of these early units
merchant
Both
discard draw.
really
Conquers.
Kind of generating some of these resources.
Will he just drop the Vex? Looks like he probably will. He has Moonfall, double Stupefy. Oh, he drops in base. Interesting. Okay, so he just wants to retake next turn. Obviously, this Treasure Hunter will have to have some help to get over the Merchant. One of the downsides to playing something like Treasure Hunter, or any of the 1-drop, or 1 might 2 drops, something that, as a LeBlanc player, I know a lot of, playing Soaring Scouts, Watchful Sentries, or even Carrion Dredger at some points that I was playing. So
we kind of only have to account for that one
Alan, stoic as always, sitting back, relaxed, going through his lines.
We want to go into Ravenbloom Conservatory.
We got all unleashed runes from both players so far. Cool to see.
Especially if you're not used to playing against Diana.
That overnumber Diana with like kind of the chibi look slashing, very cool.
More open, they could do ride the wind, right, unexpectedly. So looks like we're going to start off though with the stack deck, looking at the top 3, grabbing 1.
Yeah, always nice to help us try to curate our hand, figure out what we need. And with that, we still have 4 energy open here, whether it be to play some different units. I think we see that like Falling Star that we could potentially play. Let's see, it does look like we are bringing Treasure Hunter up into that Ravenbloom Conservatory.
Okay, Treasure Hunter in. Are we going to see a Rengar? Are we going to see an Inferna potentially? Gets a gold token.
Treasure Hunter. It's going to be 1 might to 2 currently, but looks like Axis has something to play as a reaction here. Oh, but there is also the defense step. Let's see at the top of the deck.
Ravenbloom Trigger gets a Gust. Very good card. Very strong card.
Yeah, we definitely could. It does look like
he might. Oh no, he doesn't have runes in order to play the Gust. Oh, he does. Diana, duh, of course.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean,
let's go game 2. Let's go game 2, guys. Huge value out of that Gust. He's going to not only hold on Ravenbloom, but he's able to either stack the Vex onto it and stun everything that comes in after that, or he can go into Zon Warrens with Vex, move the Merchant back, cycle through some of his cards. You really want to hold on Ravenbloom over Zon Warrens, though, so I'm not sure what he's going to do here to swap them in and out. Or, sitting at 2-0, he could also develop Vi, move his Merchant back, Stupefy on the opponent's turn, or just keep the Merchant there, Stupefy on the opponent's turn, make him use the Longsword, make him recycle again, just to crash. Also get another Raven Bloom trigger. Lots of different options for Alan at this point. In a very commanding position already. Really going to be tough to come back from the opponent's side. Raven Bloom student, extremely strong unit.
You get with the student of the conservatory, right?
Yeah, I don't think there's a better place to play.
Conquer goes to 3-0.
It does look like we're going to take that second battlefield as well here.
Looks like he just drew another stack deck, so maybe cycle through his cards a little bit more, unless he has interaction in hand, which he does have double Stupefy and Moonfall, which... Whew, 4 might unit is all of a sudden going to become 0 very quickly. And yes, it can go to 0, depending on how you play it out, which obviously Alan would play it out the correct way. Because Moonfall does not have a minimum of 1. Potentially move this merchant back, discard your stack deck, and just draw a card. It's basically like, you know, stack deck is not something that you need to play here, unless, I mean, he has the rune for it if he wants to play it. Obviously, better to play it on your opponent's turn anyway, so that you hold up runes, see what you need potentially. But now he also has double Stupefy if he needs that as well. This Raven Bloom student can very quickly become a 4-might unit.
This is going to be nice, slowly getting, I mean, we at least have those energies to try to play some different units. Again, looking over at Alan ZQ's board, obviously there is that one energy that could be turned, but obviously that Diana with that legend ability, 2 energies is starting to get into a worrisome spot when we're trying to figure out, do we want to move into Zone 1s, do we want to move into Raven Bloom Conservatory, or do we need to wait a turn or 2 to kind of build up our base?
Yeah, because it's so tricky on so many levels, right? Having, you know, that could be 2, you know, 1 cost spell.
Christian, I'm not sure if you're in the stream right now, but I am chatting with a newcomer to Riftbound, which is awesome. What do you guys think are some of the better newcomer decks? Okay, a Falling Star here is very strong, clearing 2 units. Questionable to not clear the Diana, in my opinion. The Raven Bloom and the Diana, I understand wanting to conquer, but that Diana generates so much value. So I think I would have tried to clear that, and then you could obviously equip the longsword.
Get the point there without giving them the potential draw from that. So I'm going to equip the longsword to go 3 here. We are going to use the effect of the treasure hunter to be able to...
Okay, we're going to see a stack deck come down here.
We're going to play the stack deck using
playing it nice and slow.
Energy, which is good. So just making sure that we're using
walk?
our legend effect while we still can.
Yeah, and this is going to be really nice.
Most likely still Victor, very easy to pick up. And also very budget friendly. Yeah, that's a good shout. It's something where, you know, you always get a turn 1 play, so that makes it kind of easier. Just simpler to understand. Yeah, I think Victor's a good deck to start with, but also a deck that you can really grow with as well, which is really cool to see. Because the high-end Victor players, shout out Ryan, are extremely proficient on the deck. As far as like an Unleashed, an Unleashed legend,
oh, wait, looks like we are playing Tide Turner here.
I could see maybe like even Vi, even though I don't think Vi is very good. Maybe something like a Vi, maybe something like... Some of the Unleashed guys are escaping me right now. What are the Unleashed legends?
Once you play another card that turn, you are able to play it just for 2. And as we know, saving on resources to play things is really nice in this game.
Yeah, so Alan ZQ moving there, and then considering using the Diana champion ability, and
maybe like a Rengar. I feel like Rengar is fairly simple.
We do have the defense.
You know, Kha'Zix isn't like the simplest, but I think it could be beginner friendly. Imagine a buy into round 2 on stream, clean belt ass against Alan. Yeah, you know, it's unfortunate to pair into Alan, let alone in rounds 2 or 3. Shout out Tony, who paired into him, what, round 3, I believe. I fortunately didn't pair into him until round 12, and still, it was not fun. Lilia, yeah, I was thinking about Lilia at first, but I think Lilia. I'm like on the fence about Lilia. I feel like if you have experience in card games, I could see playing Lilia early. But if you're like a newcomer to TCGs in general, Lilia might be a little bit more complex to play well, at least. Double Vex Apathetic on board makes me sick to my stomach. I hate this card. I hate this card with a passion. Holding up 4 runes, Diana on board, Ravenbloom Conservatory to cycle through more cards, along with the Diana ability to cycle through more cards. Double Vex to clear, already 5-1. I mean, like I said, once we saw that Gust off the Ravenbloom Conservatory trigger, it was kind of just go game 2, because there's just nothing you could do at that point. I mean, yeah, because he just equips the longsword, gets gusted, and it's just GG.
Turn 3, it does look like Starcross is going to be coming down.
Yeah, so we are going to be targeting the Vex there.
So he gets rid of one of the Vexes, which is good. He could potentially attempt to kill the other Vex with Hopeful. But he's just going to get Moonfalled here, I would assume. Oh, no, we see a stack deck. Okay, interesting. I'm not going to question anything Alan does.
And that's like one of my favorite things is like being able to use like the defensive stack deck, right? Making sure that you have a scary amount of runes open and then still being able to use them without passing over too many open ones.
Yeah, that's a great point. Getting to use some of these different triggers to use stack deck. We get to obviously give access as little information possible with those 4
Christian, you have taken the number 3 spot in the top fans.
So thinking of the other 2, I mean, we do know that we do have...
Ooh, we are at 10 people watching, which is awesome. Thank you for that. To everybody watching, if you can obviously like the stream, subscribe to the channel. There's going to be a lot of content coming. Long and short form. Oh no, the points race.
We could play it again, yeah, for 2 since we did play the Starcross. So does offer, you know, a little bit of mitigation for the... gold that we lost, but yeah, passing it back to Alan DQ here.
Yeah, I think that's like a nice
not much to commentate on this game, honestly. Super one-sided. The Gust early was such a good, strong play by Alan, and strong hit off the Ravenbloom Conservatory. Now he just moves in the Hopeful. Hopeful is going to die. He's going to trigger Ravenbloom. He's going to trigger Diana. He's going to trigger other Diana. He has triple Stupefy in hand now, unless I missed when he played one. This game is super over. If I am the Pike player, I am scooping, and I am attempting to go game 2 and hope to do a bit better in game 2. Obviously, you're in a rough match, lots of pressure, playing against Alan ZQ, one of the best players in the world. Probably, top 2, top 3 best player in the world currently. And, you know, on stream early in the day, let's go game 2 and let's bounce back. You know, he's not out of it yet. Yep, there it is. There's the scoop.
Could conquer John Warren's for 8, and Axis does scoop, and it looks like we're going to be going to game 2.
Yeah, it's just, you know, Alan had a lot of early momentum, you know, going first, being able to play a unit on 2, which is great, and just being able to continue it up, right? I think, honestly, the biggest thing was that Gust. That Gust was just so good for capitalizing your momentum, and Axis had a hard time, I think, recovering from it.
Yeah, he definitely did seem to...
Vex, duh. I'm surprised that we didn't mention that, as far as a newcomer. Unleashed Legend, especially. Vex, I feel like, is definitely a strong option.
Specifically, when you, move it with Diana, like, you have access to
so
reducing bite. So Gus
we're going to Abandoned Hall and Arena's Greatest. This game can potentially get out of hand very quickly for the Pike player. He can definitely get ahead, control the board state, control the hand mainly, or especially. You know, when Alan ZQ says he's going to hold his hand, it's a little scary. It's a little scary.
on Max's side, I'm interested
so
to see how he kind of deals with Allen's EQs.
obviously there were some good draws, good gameplay.
He moved very fast last game.
He was also going first, so let's see this hand out of the Pike player. We have a Tide Turner, a Traveling Merchant, and 2 Noxus Hopefuls. Honestly, I probably shuffle back the Tide Turner and keep the rest. You could put... Yeah. No, yeah, that's probably what I just do. Turn 1, you want to drop the Merchant. Turn 2, you want to drop another unit plus Pike. So maybe you keep the Tide Turner. He shuffles back one of the Hopefuls. I don't agree with that. I think Hopeful is a super strong card, especially on Arena's Greatest, especially going first. I would have kept both Hopefuls plus the Merchant, but you know, I don't play Pike, so he could know something that I don't know.
I think mulligans are so interesting in this game because you don't shuffle after you mulligan, which means even if you mulligan into something that you maybe don't want, obviously I think you may want the Kai'Sa.
Alan, obviously being a super cool guy, just says, listen, we're both at 1. Love that from him. Obviously you can tell the nerves a little bit in the voice of his opponent. You know, you're just barely forgetting to do arenas and pointing at it right after the right after the
when you're going second to kind of have that assurance.
Definitely. So using the
passive his turn, discards a Kai'Sa, draws a Kai'Sa.
Merchant to draw 1. We do get to 2 points for access here.
Always love to see these top players. You know, obviously he's going to have the advantage here. No offense to Axis, no offense to the Pike player, but you know, being super cool, not roll sharking, not saying no, technically you passed the turn or anything along those lines. Just super cool. So we drop the Tide Turner, remove the Traveling Merchant again. We get to cycle through our cards a little bit more. Hopefully hit like a Falling Star or something like that would be very strong into the Diana, plus maybe a Raven Bloom or a 2-drop that Alan plays next turn. He's going to bounce the Tide Turner back to hand. I don't think I agree with this. I think dropping the Noxus Hopeful is a much stronger play here, especially with this Diana on board. You want that 4 might unit on the board. Not really sure what the idea was behind getting the gold token. Maybe it's so that he can accelerate the Kai'Sa without, you know, without worrying about anything there. Hits a Stupefy. Those have been plentiful for Alan so far. Goes in, uses Diana ability. Always remember to use your Diana ability, guys. If you're a Diana player, I've played against plenty, good and bad. And, you know, you want to use it when you can. Don't save it for the next turn, because you never know if a showdown is going to, you know, be around.
Really good synergy there.
Yeah, that's going to be really nice to see. I'm excited to see it play out.
Liking the contrast on Alan's sleeves. I'm a big sleeve guy. It's like the only thing I collect. So the black and the white, very cool contrast. Then we have Pike, obviously, with the classic purple-red, which is his colors. He went purple for the deck, which I support because it's my favorite color. So much more aesthetically pleasing than when Galewins was playing. No offense to Galewins, but that was wild. The upside down runes and all different colors and things. So he does accelerate the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, so we are going to play our 3rd Kai'Sa, and we're going to accelerate it and move.
Goes into the Diana. I don't. When he has 3 runes up and he's on a Abandoned Hall, this is extremely dangerous of a move here. I'm not sure if he has an interaction in hand. I am hoping he has a Gust or something in hand in order to react and potentially Gust this Diana or something. But even that's dangerous because then there could be another reaction. It is a Gust, but now you're just going to get stupefied on your Kai'Sa. Yep, and now your Kai'Sa goes down to 3, Diana goes up to 4. Doesn't get Gusted, your Kai'Sa goes back up to 4 because of Abandoned Hall, and the stack deck triggers, which gives Diana up to 5. So it's going to be 5-4 in the end after all the resolution. and your Kai'Sa's dead, and you lose the game. So go game 3. Just kidding. It's 2-0.
There is a couple of
yeah.
things here. So one, we play 2 spells, so Ban Hall +2 here. Superfly gives the -1 might to Kai'Sa, so I think it's 5-3.
And that's that. The Gust fizzles, so I actually don't know if it even triggers Abandon Hall, because there's no legal target at that point. It doesn't matter either way, in this scenario at least, but good to know in the future. Ask a judge. Well, technically I'm a judge, but I'm not a practicing judge, so I am just a player.
The choice to move the merchant up. It's likely going to get moved next turn, though, when we are out of runes to use, but we'll see what Axis decides.
Yeah, super rough go of it for this Pike player. You know, Alan just has the interaction. Abandon Hall, such a strong battlefields. Some people are even calling for a ban. You know what? Let's do a poll. Should abandon
currently make sense, but when you can, you know, have
abandon Hall, right?
Abandon Hall, right? You just have to
Get banned. Now remember, this is.
But you know, this is again, you're hoping that they weren't going to be able to interact with you, but you found a way.
This is a battlefield that is even better on Aurelia than it is on Diana. Diana still use it, and it's a great battlefield for Diana. But I mean, if you think about it, when it's on, Aurelia, it is rough. I'm gonna vote in the poll, and I am actually gonna vote yes. I don't think it is a well-designed. Am I not allowed to vote in my own poll? Oh, it hasn't posted yet. Okay, it's loading. Hold on. Once that poll goes out, I want to see what people think. If you're an Aurelia player, you do not get to vote. Alan being tapped here allows for a potential change of the board state. You can Falling Star the Ravenbloom student and the Diana, which could be pretty strong here. He's double hitting Hui, which is interesting. I wonder if he has an accelerated unit. He has no red runes left, so I'm not sure what accelerated unit he could have here. You could potentially play Hopeful into Starcross. Doesn't feel good. Okay, yes. I'm voting yes.
That's kind of the other bonus point there. It does mean if we have any acceleration, we are in a good spot. Unfortunately, we did get rid of, I think, every Kai'Sa.
Okay, so we have 2 votes so far. One yes, one no.
To do so, but we do have, it looks like a Hopeful in hand still, which we can play. For 2 there.
Play Noxus Hopeful.
Yeah, it's so nice getting discounted down to 2.
Is he gonna attempt to play the Starcross, or is he gonna play the unit?
I'm assuming we're gonna play something else as well.
Honestly, at this point, I'd probably play the unit.
I see a Fizz there. I mean,
the Fizz would be great if you had 2 red runes, because then you could recycle, you know, the double red and Falling Star again, killing the Diana and the Ravenbloom student, only leaving the Tide Turner on Alan's board, which could be very strong, but looks like he might play the Fizz anyway.
Be enough, and it does look like Fizz is going to come down just
what is he going to replay is my question. Gust, so he can Gust the Diana?
So we can't even play the Falling Star. So I mean, the Gust is still a standard option. That's
okay.
Totally fine.
Alan still is going to go to 6, and then I would assume just develop his board here. Just a suffocating game out of Alan and match in general. Such a strong player, obviously.
Yeah, so this does give them the Alan ZQ a moderate opportunity to get to even points, which helps you get like a double conquer for game. We're going to use the
goes to 6
there to go from 5 to 6.
Almost spilled Diet Coke on myself.
And looks like we're playing out,
that's great. Everything's going well.
Here, so
5 votes so far. We have 1 vote for Other. Whoever voted for Other, what is the card that you think should be banned, and why is it Aurora? Or Elder Dragon, not even Aurora. Aurora is not as much of an issue, I don't think, as Elder Dragon is. But that's just me. And the fact that they decided to put those in a deck that, you know, the same colors is interesting. Yeah, just develops
I
way.
think Elder Dragon, if you play, like, I think Elder Dragon's a lot more reasonable without Aurora, though.
I agree. But, like, you know, I agree. Because, like, it could be fun to play a deck you know, like Poppy, where you can play like
Yeah, any dragon
Heralds into
where you ramp up to it, it'd be
yeah,
pretty sick. Like,
or
Aurora
yeah,
just
you can play
chewing it
like
out.
Herald of
That's insane.
Scales and like try and get out the Elder Dragon at some point, and, like hard play it. You know, I definitely understand that. It's just such a strong card. I mean, if I was to choose one to ban, yeah, I'd probably ban Aurora. But Elder Dragon is just such a strong card. Obviously, it's the reason why Aurora is so good right now.
This turn is not like too difficult. It's the fact that next turn, you know, we're potentially in a really tough spot with a double.
So you double conquer here. He has to remember that Diana is still a thing. Okay. So it doesn't put in the Fizz, because if he puts in the Fizz, and then Alan can play Diana into either a Gust or a something else. I don't know. I think the move here is Conquer Abandoned Hall, Starcross your Fizz, replay the Fizz, and play bounce the Hui back, and then you play Falling Star, and you get rid of Alan's entire board here. And this could actually swing the game into the favor of this Pike player. This is the line that is, in my opinion, just absolutely correct. It looks like he might bounce the Fizz to hand instead of star crossing it.
And then we do have quite a few options here for not only what we could play, but the targets.
So it's going to be the same results, except in this scenario, he's going to have the Fizz in hand instead of on the field. So this is interesting. Would you rather have the Fizz on field or in hand? I guess at 5 points, you'd rather have it in hand. So that actually makes sense, because now when you play it, you're allowed to play it next turn. He passes. I don't think passing here is the correct move. I think you cast the Starcross while Alan is I feel Aurora is just bad from a deck building standpoint. People feel they either have to run it in decks that can play or play it around it to counter it. Yes, I agree, Val. Should I call you by your username or by your name? I don't know. But yeah, no, I agree with you. I think it is kind of just it's just bad design in my mind. Like, I love Riftbounds, but Aurora is definitely just not the best designed card. So Alan just replays Hui. See if he has a Ride the Wind here. Ride the Winds could be extremely strong, obviously. He does have the Ride the Winds. This is going to allow him to get multiple draws off. He's going to discard any spell, I would assume. Yep, in order to draw an extra card. Hopefully see another Ride the Wind just to end the game here. Conquers to 6. Then you probably just move your Hui back, get 2 more draws. If he has a stack deck, he can use the Diana for the stack deck here. He's playing acceptable losses, which is interesting, just to get rid of the gold. Conquer is good. Interesting that the Pike chose not to hide the Tide Turner. I guess he wanted to have 4 runes up for some reason next turn. I think you're always just casting Fizz next turn. So it's... I don't think why... I'm not sure why he didn't hide the Tide Turner. Chooses just to develop his base. I think you just Fizz into Starcrossed and then play a 2-drop if you have it. A Hopeful would obviously be good. He does have the Hopeful in hand, so it's just going to be Fizz into Starcrossed into Hopeful. And you have to hope that Alan doesn't have an Accelerant, or a another Ride the Wind, or a Fizz to get the Ride the Wind back. So there's a lot of outs for Alan to just win the game here.
It definitely could be here. Looking for some card that can get these units in, like you said.
Yeah, you want to be tapping 2 purples. Not that it's going to make a difference, but Fizz, Starcrossed, Recycle.
Star-Cross there, so it will return both.
Bounce it
units.
back.
So, again,
Player hopeful.
You're not like immediately losing next turn, but you are just kind of.
And then hope he doesn't have another Ride the Wind. Isn't Aurora a champion in regular league? Yes, that is true. Dazzling Aurora and Aurora the champion are. Yep, Fizz Ride the Wind, GG. Also interesting, he played the Treasure Hunter and not the Nox Hopeful, but not that it mattered. Alan ZQ 2-0 in just over 30 minutes, and he is on a roll as per usual.
What a fantastic job by Alan ZQ, just showing how Diana can so easily and quickly kind of just like take over and take control of the board.
Yeah, and the other thing too is that it's such a flexible deck when
I'm going to check in on.
Right? The losses, I think, was again. I've been really liking that card in the deck, so it's been cool to see. Even just like the usage to get rid of a gold gear token ended up being, I think,
Trying to find the regional
playing it with Abandoned Hall, that
on
plus
UVS, so I can check in on some of my teammates and friends.
Two different uses there, just like you mentioned. I mean, giving those that plus might, giving the ability to take resources away from your opponent, which is really nice for Alan ZQ.
Yeah, I just always felt like Pyke was a little bit on the back foot. Like Falling Star did help you like even out on tempo, but just meant that you couldn't capitalize on the next turn. And I don't know, like it looked like that matchup was really tough. I wouldn't be the master of it, but it did look tough.
Yeah, it definitely did seem a bit difficult.
Let's see, RQ. Where's the one that has 2,000 players in it?
I would love to see Pyke do great, but definitely seemed like a hard spot for him.
Yeah, because you know, in those situations, right? You know, there was potential, like maybe if we had like a little bit more runes or a little bit more ahead, like the interaction with like Fizz and Starcross, just to be able to continue have cards on the board there. I think that sometimes Diana is really good at like playing units out turn by turn, but they don't really have as much movement outside of like Ride the
Nope,
Wind
that's the
or, like,
regional
maybe
rebound. Why can I not? Does anybody have a link to the
kind of slow them down on their units? You can kind of capitalize on
regional qualifier
That makes a lot of
standings and
I
such?
wonder if there's like some world where
I don't know why I can't find it on
accelerate,
UVS.
maybe we could have taken more control.
Oh, never mind, I found it.
It's so difficult.
Already
especially to
500
figure
people have
out
dropped.
What you're supposed to do to make
Rough.
that win.
Okay, round 2. Let's look up I Dig Your Granny. Still playing against a Misfortune currently. Let's look up Favored. Let's go. 2-0 for Elijah in round 2. Awesome to see. I'll put that in the chat.
Get the value that you really need from it too.
Yeah, and getting that draw when you're able to conquer as well just is such a great ability.
It doesn't show what deck his opponent was playing.
Legend ability be used early, right? Especially since you were able to use it with, you know, moving the merchant back and then like leaving the.
Let's look up
that was a good
here.
action for you, but to make the gold gear token and still get the advantage.
Oh,
But
that's standings.
Diana's still able to capitalize, I think, on a lot of cycles.
There is a baby crying in the background. I will be back. Mahir is playing against a LeBlanc. Hopefully I helped him with that matchup.
It was so cool to watch that fight, be able to keep the Noxus hopeful
Let's look up
safe,
Sam.
be able to
Still
take the
playing. He's
battlefield,
playing against a
push
Diana.
backhand, play it, even with the Fizz when we then to the battlefield, and then
I will be
moved into
right
the other
back.
side with that ability.
Give me
There's
just
definitely
one
some
sec,
interesting
guys.
plays that could be done with the Legend ability.
Yeah, because I love like a good combo, right? And we can see like just some of the lines that you can do with it already. You know, especially with Fizz with it too, and Starcross like that, being able to play, you know, play Fizz, putting it back, play another thing. Just all those interactions for, you know, being able to use a card more than once. You can really run away with some abilities.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see, like, especially as we get more cards with different sets, or as this one set continues, what Pyke could do, because I think there's a lot of potential in the deck.
Yeah, and I think real quick, it looks like, you know, everyone who voted for match A, you're going to get a reward as well, because I think we're going to go through that one, since this was a little bit of a quicker one, but I'd have to remember, I think it was Annie was one of them versus Rengar?
Yes, Annie versus Rengar, which is going to be really exciting. Obviously, Annie has done well in the past, but it's gotten some extra pieces. I'm really excited about that Kha'Zix. Obviously, it's running that.
And I'm back.
But honestly, one of my favorite arts of this set is what they did with the Poros. So I love seeing that in this Annie list.
Yeah, Annie's been, I think, you know, one of the best legends in this game. You know, I played it quite a bit in set 1, and we did
Alright,
more
so we're looking at an Annie list.
extra 2 runes every
Only
turn,
one
right,
Vex
is really
apathetic
helpful,
is
especially when you
interesting
have
to
more and
me.
more cards cards usually
I think the
fit,
card
like
is
you
like
mentioned,
insanely
Kha'Zix for
strong.
Ambush has been really key. And when it only costs 2 essentially for you on defense,
Triple
it's even
Flash, I
Yeah, that is for
understand the
sure.
concept
Getting
of
to use,
like
these
cards like
different,
Kha'Zix
energy returning
and
abilities
Kaisa
like
and
this,
Rengar,
the
like
Annie Dark
wanting to
Trials
pull them
ability
back with
those 2
Flash.
runes like you mentioned. Kha'Zix if it wants to. If
For
it wants
me,
to
I
use
just think
different
3
spells,
is a bit
it's gonna
heavy.
be so nice to defend. Kind of like
I'm gonna
cheating
end the
in this
poll
extra energy.
and
if you wanna talk
show
about
that
Ambush,
71% think
Rengar
Abandon Hall
too
should, or
is going to
72%
be
think
the,
Abandon Hall
on
should
the
be
other
banned.
side, so we'll look at that
And
real
then I
quick,
think
but
there was
honestly,
what?
I looked at this
So
the
there's
first
5
time,
votes
I'm
for
not
yes,
sure,
1 for
what
no,
the
and 1 for
synergies are, but
other.
when I see more and more people
Other.
play, man,
Ooh,
this
voice
is
crack.
a lot of
Nice.
fun, right?
Yeah, Rengar looks like so much fun. I do think the best of list from Sydney had a bit more dragons in it than this list.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see how this one plays, but this is such an interesting take on Rengar.
Yeah. Honestly, just being
Looks
able to
like
ambush,
Randy has started
champion from the
2-0 as
champion zone.
well.
Love that
Just
mechanic
checking in
that
on
so
some of
many
the bigger
different legends from
names.
this set get. So we're just gonna go right into the game. I think they're ready already. So we're gonna jump over there. It's gonna be Annie versus Rengar. I think we're going to get the full match, which is a nice treat there. So game 1 is going to be Zon Warrens, as we saw, for our first match, versus the Emperor's Dais on Rengar's side.
Which is going to be really exciting. I actually love Ambush with Rengar. I think Rengar is one of the first cards as well to have Ambush back in Spirit Forge.
Yeah.
And I know when I used to play League of Legends, Rengar jumping out of the bush and ambushing me was a nightmare.
Yes, yeah, and when you are able to get that additional might, and one thing I mention it every time because it took me an extra read to realize this, you can just choose any of your units to get the +1 might. It doesn't have to be the card that you play. Whenever you play something, Rengar gives that boost, and that's really, really helpful.
Yeah, it is so nice to have that option. And obviously, Sam D. Sherman, we've seen him before, especially from Las Vegas. He is a seasoned player, and I'm really excited to see how he pilots this list.
Yeah, and looks like we're getting started pretty quickly. So Merchant on 1 there. We've seen that.
Always nice to open Merchant.
First match as well. And then we have the Grim Apothecary on 1 for Sam.
Let's see what they do with
You say something?
Just said it's always nice to open Merchant for the
One
Annie.
of the nice things too is that Rengar can take advantage of some of these hidden cards.
Rengar opening Grim Apothecary, not really ideal, but
looks like we
at least he got a unit out. 3 might unit, not bad as well. Emperor's Dais is an interesting card. Obviously works pretty well for the Rengar. I was the other because I simply don't know anything yet. Oh, yeah, fair enough. I thought it was Val, because of his comment on Aurora.
Good combo for 4 runes and passing it back to Sam.
Yeah, I can only imagine as well.
Opening with a lot of orange runes, so obviously you have to play around the potential punch first early. No falling star to be had. I do see a challenge in hand. I believe is a pit rookie. Is that a pit rookie? I can't tell. The shadow is kind of tough to tell. It is a pit rookie, so you could buff your Apothecary. Do you want to buff your Apothecary? I guess so. Go into Emperor's Dais. And then also a +1 from the Rengar Legends.
Yeah, that is going to be 1.
Go for a 3-might unit. Kinku Initiate, which means you get a draw. Send in the 6-might Grim Apothecary.
Traveling Merchant to the graveyard, or to the
Christian, I don't know if you're listening on stream, but I'm going to answer your text on here. He asked me, is Galio S? No, but only pretty much for baited hook LeBlanc lists. I guess it could be applied in other ways that we haven't seen yet, but the best yellow deck currently is LeBlanc. It's the
Galio into Elder Dragon.
We're not talking about Poppy. We're not doing
Not,
this.
it doesn't have to be Poppy. There's lots of orange yellow decks. I'm saying Galio into Elder Dragon. It's a thing.
What do you mean Galio into Elder Dragon?
Doesn't that work? Galio.
You need to explain the rest of the
combo.
Oh, sorry.
Galio into Galio, BF Sword. Galio, BF Sword into Elder Dragon there.
Oh, baited hook. Baited hook Poppy? Oh, shit. Did we just discover something? I don't think so. I think Galio is good when it comes to cards that go around the might aspect like Hook. Yeah, exactly. That's the only real Hook deck right now is LeBlanc. I mean, I guess you could discuss Fiora potentially. I think Fiora is strong, but obviously not on the level of LeBlanc. And I think the Fiora already has good enough.
This is a pretty big counter.
Already has good enough targets with your beta hook. I don't think you need to cheat it out like LeBlanc does, because she doesn't, play BF swords and such. Interesting decision by the Annie to play this Vex Apathetic, especially when it's under threat already. I mean, I would like to see, play maybe a unit or two, give a couple buffs to one of your units, and then go in with both. And then you could play around interaction potentially with like a challenge, or you could challenge ahead of time. Different options here. You have a Pit Rookie, which obviously gives +2 because you have buff plus Rengar Legend. So that could be a good card to play here. Send in your Kinku Initiate, or just challenge with your Kinku Initiate. If you get Star-Crossed, you get Star-Crossed. It's not the worst thing in the world, because then you could just go in. Let's see. Then you could just drop your Rengar Ambush on top of the Vex. Oh no, because stun still. I'm trying to think of different options that you could do if he Star-Crosses. Is that a Get Excited in hand?
They always have runes up, right? There are so many different things.
I can't tell what's in his hand, so it's kind of hard. I see a Pit Rookie and a Challenge are the only ones that I'm like 100% on.
Lose the tempo, right? So it's just being able to be offensive and then be able to have that safety net of having runes open is super scary. But we're going to start with the Pit Rookie, trying to just go 2-2 here.
Yeah, sometimes it's so nice being able to just move one unit at a time up, try to pick off some of the different units on the opponent's side. We could still kill the Poro here, potentially then bring in the other unit and hopefully finish off Vex. But let's see, we are going to go on and use 2 runes though on Bagel's side. And that's also another great part of moving in these units one at a time.
Ooh, a longsword.
But we're going to add it to the Vex here, so we're still.
This is interesting. It leaves him with only 1 rune up. Do you just trade with the Pouty Poro, and then you play the Pit Rookie on the Initiate?
Also put it on the Poro to prevent a trade for either of them. It would have been just
it goes to 5. Your Vex is obviously 6, so you'd have to play another unit plus challenge. You could play the Rengar and then challenge. It's a big trade, plus you have to deflect. So you'd be recycling 3 total between 1 for Rengar, 1 for challenge. No, he's not going to go that route. Okay. Does he have another small unit in hand that he could play, is what I'm wondering. Because if he does, it's going to be very strong for him to push this Kinku into the... And he does. Okay. And he has another one. And he's pushing all of that into the Vex, so that's going to be a 7 into a 6. Conquers and has a big base. It's only game 1. Unless this should be game 3, I think, because we watched the entire. Oh no, they went back. Okay, I see the timer in the corner.
We got a lot of information about what he was actually going to have to deal with. Obviously, more runes got played on Bagel Martini's side. We were able to see how much might the Vex would actually have when we needed to finish it off, and then we can use that information to then take not only trade the Vex against the Vex.
Kai's accelerated, going into Zone Warns, draw, discard, draw.
The Poro, it would have made it a little bit, harder to take the battlefield. It would have been easier to remove just the Vex itself, but looks like we're going into the Kaisa here. We're going to accelerate it. We're going to get the
go back and check our event details.
Discard 1, draw 1 from Zon Warren, so some new cards entry.
Looks like Edge Granny is still playing.
We are out of Fury runes too, so there won't be any way for us to attach the long sword there.
Looks like Mahir is still playing.
We do get those extra cards though to figure out what we want to do with the 2 runes. Obviously, when we pass back on our turn, we will get 2 runes back.
Trying to find Sam in here.
But for now, Just 2. I mean, there's a lot of options, though, in red, purple for what you can do with 2 runes, and not having to worry about not having any runes
It's
up
not
is
loading.
really
Oh,
nice.
and it
Tide
loaded.
Turner
Okay.
is going to protect this Kai'Sa. Once it's played,
I think he's
it
still
switch
playing as
spots
well.
with another unit, meaning Kai'Sa
Yes,
is
he
going to be
is.
safe in base, where that Tide Turner is a little bit more vulnerable in Zon Warrens.
Yeah, the more I play this game, like Tide Turner's never been a bad card. Man, it's just so good. There's just so many situations. The fact that you can hide it, the fact that you can use it to move things, like it's just been, I think, the backbone of like one of the reasons you know, Chaos has been so strong.
Yeah, for sure. The hidden Tide Turner, I feel like, is what always gets me at Nexus Nights. When I've gone, I for some reason never think it could be a
like,
unit that's
switcheroo, right? Is it, you know, you can't be, you know, what are the options there? Just +2 might, that's enough for me. Oh, dang.
Yeah, you never know what it could be. But yeah, unless we're against Teemo, then I'm like, maybe it could be a unit.
Could be a unit, yeah. But it's definitely a sneaky hidden unit for us here. But Sam's got, I think, a bit of the front foot now. We've got,
Buys do count as wins.
What, 9
for the record.
runes open for us. We've got quite a few units on the board here. You know, we still have our Rengar champion unit that we can interact with, but this is a really good kind of change of pace for them.
Yeah, this is going to be...
All right, so let's see what's going on here. The Tide Turner to save the Kai'Sa. You have so many options as the Rengar player here. I think we're going to end up seeing a challenge at some point onto that Kai'Sa, and he's just going to clear the board. Unless there is some strong interaction in the hand of the Annie player. There's not much I can think of, though. The challenge, funny enough, will trigger the Darius, so he'll go +2 on top of the fact that he's already +1 from Rengar Legend. Kill the Kai'Sa, and then conquer the Zone Warrens.
Let's see. Oh, no,
Think again, yeah.
He's
but
rethinking
Darius
it,
is so
potentially.
interesting. If we can play that second card, Darius also will be ready and have another +2 might. So it'll be +3 on top, making it 8 might. And then it could potentially go into that Zon Warrens. We could see, obviously, the other units as well, since Tide Turner is a little bit on the smaller side. But
sorry about that.
You do still have to account for those 2 runes up.
Yeah, so my guess is like maybe thinking about playing something like Challenge here. You know, being able to get rid of the Kai'Sa in the back, I think would be very strong. We're currently at 6 might to their 4. And
Not sure what he's thinking about because I don't know what else is in his hand, but I think the challenge is a rather easy play.
Yeah, but you were correct.
Don't forget to trigger your Darius.
They'll both
Don't
deal
forget
their
to
might
trigger your
each other,
Darius.
meaning currently it is that 4 might into the Darius doing 8 might into Kai'Sa.
Yeah, but then we additionally
Okay,
the second
there we
card
go.
played, so we do have the +3 here. Oh, okay, there's the... I was curious what color dice was for the damage taken. So we currently have...
Really commanding position from Sam D. Sherman here. Just sends in the Inferna just to play it safe. Not a unit you really care about losing here if the Annie has any interaction. Discard draw of Zon Warren. Discards a Thrill the Hunt, actually. Nothing really on his board that you want to use Thrill the Hunt on other than maybe like Kinku Initiate. But that has a buff anyway, so you kind of want to just keep the buff, keep the might on board.
Able to wipe out all the units on Bagel's side.
Plus, it's mandatory, and I think that was the only card in his hand, so nothing he can do about that. This is the go next angle, I think, for Annie. Yeah. This is a really, really tough game, I think.
could be a Darius of our own here.
You know, if you were on Kai'Sa and you could Akathi and Rain the entire backline, that could swing the game. But I just don't think Annie has the comeback potential. You're going to accelerate this Kai'Sa and kill the Inferna. Draw, discard, draw. I guess you equip the longsword, but that's your only red rune, which is tough. Chooses not to. Chooses to just go into Emperor's Dais, which is an interesting decision. Maybe he has Ride the Wind. Ride the Wind would be fairly strong here.
Still 3 runes up to play with.
Oh, he has a Kha'Zix in hand. So maybe he's hoping to Kha'Zix on the following turn. Looks like there might be a Rengar all the way to the left in his hand. It's hard to tell. Not really too sure.
Have to recall them again. Using the 2 here though, another tie turner would be okay. Again, like
Looks like we might have had an update on Sam's game. Looks like he was paired into Casanova on Diana. Unfortunately, came up short. He will bounce back for sure, no doubt about it. Really, really strong player.
Is able to hold for 1 point. Honestly, holding is just is so strong in this game. A lot of times when you're committing to a battlefield, to take it, you're kind of accepting that that unit is going to die. So not only are you getting a 2nd point by holding, but you're also getting that same unit back.
Yeah. Also, this is probably the first time I've seen an Inferno hold a battlefield. Just that 1 might is enough there. We do get to play
Tony doing his regular old Tony stuff, which is sitting there and in the voice chat of Discord without talking.
Yeah, I mean,
Saf, are you still here at least?
He's got those 3 runes up.
No, I am on my own.
I mean, a couple
I need to change the title.
in his deck, and it looks like we're going to be spinning it through. Oh.
Yeah, for the Rengar, all right, we've got some ambush of our own, right?
So he drops the Rengar, so it's 7 into 5.
On this battlefield here, we're just going to use challenge.
Just going to challenge.
So challenge on the Rengar there.
Yeah, that will be interesting.
And yeah, he will just conquer.
It was kind of audacious, you know, to try to use a Rengar.
And now on top of that, Darius will actually heal his challenge damage.
It's working out kind of that way too. So being able to use
awesome to see the 1-drop unit. He does get the Kinky Initiate back to hand. Off the Emperor's Dais. When you have no hand, probably a smart thing to do. You can draw an extra card. Okay, Mike, we are streaming. Cannot come in here with music. Let's not get me banned before I even start.
Yeah, so currently we're at 6 points. We're moving everything back. So
that was funny. I was like, who is playing music?
Game next turn. And with cards in Bagel's hand, we might be going to game 2.
Okay. Christian, I just saw your text that you were listening. Thanks for joining. I appreciate it a lot.
I mean, he still has that Noxus.
Going to be a lot of good content coming up. And some of it will definitely be like beginner friendly stuff. So look out for that.
Time is a value in this game too. So
time is value is for sure. Christian, you should know something about that. Not Bennett. CBC Christian.
We are able to jump right into the next ones. So we've got Arena's
calling you out by name.
Once again, this is looking pretty similar to Pike, right? I don't know what it is with Fury.
It'd be awesome if we can get to 30 subs before the end of the stream.
Yeah, well, Annie always has like, especially
I'm looking to do maybe 1 more round or 2 more rounds, depending on a few outside factors. So if we can get to 30 subs, that'd be really cool.
It shortens the game length, so hopefully,
you know, if you have anybody that's interested in the game and you want to send this over to them, please feel free. That'd be awesome. Would really appreciate it.
How that does versus this Rengar.
Yeah, and then the battlefield from Sam is the Star Spring, probably one of my favorite battlefields.
Of course, it was Michael.
It just has a lot of interactions for every player unit. You can move one of your units back to your base.
That's so funny.
When you're playing a deck that has a lot of hidden cards too, and when you're already so, you know, you get so many benefits from playing units already. Having a battlefield
calling him out by name. That's funny.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think it is a really interesting card. It almost kind of gives like some level of like pseudo ganking sometimes.
Yeah, yeah.
Because especially if like the unit's already ready, it moves it back to the
appreciate you for joining, coming into the chat.
Because it maintains that ready
we still owe you some tickets for Hartford, I believe. I think. Or did we pay you guys back? I don't even know. Actually, we did pay you back. I think. We'll still help you out in Hartford. Make sure you guys get a nice metal card. We're going to have a lot more people, so it's going to be a lot easier this time around.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Sam really likes being able to play both those units here. I mean, like, being able to play 1 already feels nice on your first turn, but playing 2?
Yeah, it's great. So, obviously being
Arena's greatest. Wow. Okay, so he gets Sentry and then Inferno. Ooh, and he opens with Tide Turner Sneaky Deckhand. So this is really good. This also does not allow the Sentry to get value. Really, really strong open by this Annie player. Putting pressure on Sam early.
Sam
very cool to see.
Tested for one, but also just starting to get ahead on those points because Arena's greatest. We're already up to 3 points now. We're off to the races, and Sam is still at 1, and he's got to actually fight to take these battlefields.
Yeah. We do have, I believe, Assault 2, so we can pressure one of these, which looks like we're going to do immediately. It's going to be 3-2 here. And thinking here, I think I see a hint of a gust, which could potentially put this back in hand. But it looks like we're going to maybe play the full 3.
Ooh.
Star-Crossed on the Inferno. I think that's a bit a bit of an overcommitment. You still have the accelerated Kai'Sa potentially, which then the Sentry can conquer on the Star Spring anyway. Yeah, I think that was a really big overcommitment. I don't think Star-Crossed is a card that you want to be using on an Inferno, especially a card that's good in the hand.
And as you can see, up comes that.
Ooh, the Master Yi. Are you, the new Yi or the old Yi? I love the design of the new Yi. Both the regular and the overnumber. The overnumber is one of my favorite overnumbers in the entire game. So don't blame you for targeting the Master Yi. Plus, that's one that should be around for most of the weekend. So it should be relatively easy to get.
That could be pretty good for Bagel here.
Yeah, interested to see what Bagel does. Obviously, he has a couple different options to try to take these battlefields back.
Sorry, I keep hitting my mic, but
all 5 of our runes here and recycling 1.
Kai'Sa accelerated over the Sentry.
Coming into Star Spring as well.
Obviously better to be on the Star Spring than it is to be on Arenas, but with the ambush units of the Rengar deck, this Kai'Sa is not going to be safe. You can just ambush that Rengar straight out of champ. Oh no, you can't because you need actually you can. He can be played too. You know, the errata and everything because his text makes no sense. So he could just play that Rengar on top of the Kai'Sa. Maybe you hide a card here. You hide that Tide Turner in order to dissuade that.
Sam's probably watching those points right now. It does look like we're
you're also ready to
that Star Spring.
So you can always flip your Tide Turner, flash them both out. Very, very, very fast game right now. Annie is only on 3 runes, which is obviously not great. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. That's the hold for Sam. So he's on 4. You really don't want to let this Kai'Sa hold, but I don't know what options he has. That's the issue here. Looks like they're... I can't tell what's in his hand. His sleeves are a bit like shadowed almost. Okay, so he does go for the Rengar. And then he can give the +1, so even the Tide Turner won't matter. So it looks like you're probably going to flash this out. I want the old one. I've been playing him since I started. Ooh, I don't know if... I think Hartford's the last time you can get the old one before they get rid of them, unless they change that. Or actually, no, I think that's just... Is that just best ofs? Or is that medals? I always forget. I can't remember. I know Tony knows. But we'll do our best to get you that one, for sure.
Still giving Sam that point. However, the thing is both those units are still alive. They can
oh yeah, big Aurora player. I forgot. Playing Proving Grounds E makes sense.
5 runes for something else.
Yeah. So we're likely going to try to keep our Kai'Sa safe, which I think is strong. Does offer
me and Michael got the chance to play yesterday at Ego. It was fun. He he asked me to send me the list after the games we played. It was a really good time. Or not yesterday, Thursday. So is he going to drop the Sentry onto Star Spring so that he could... Oh no, he can't retreat because he's already played Rengar to the Star Spring.
Ability that we haven't really seen too much this game, which would mean we could potentially protect the Rengar, but it does not look like that.
You cannot do that. Sorry to disagree with the commentator here, but he already played the Rengar to the Star Spring, and it's only the first time that you play a unit to Star Spring, a non-token unit to Star Spring, that you get to move something back. It is kind of like Darius. It's the second card you play, but if you've already played 2 and then you draw your Darius, you cannot drop him and say, well, I've already played 2. No, it needs to be the exact second card you play. This needs to be the first unit you play to Star Spring. If he can go to 6 here, this could be super strong.
Ooh, and the
Sneaky deckhand is
straight up into
interesting.
that arena's greatest. So he still will have that Kaisa and tide turners.
So he's just gonna go to 6 here, and then maybe you just like
so nice to be able to play that card straight from hand into a
probably just stack deck. I think you just stack deck here.
Yeah, and looking at hand, from what I can see, 3 cards. Looks like we are going to play out the stack deck. If we get a cleave, which I believe they're playing, that could be really good. It could make our Kaisa go to 7 to get rid of their Rengar, but without it, it's a little bit tricky.
Yeah, if we do have that cleave, obviously we'll make that Kaisa just slightly bigger than Rengar. We'd get that draw, and taking that big unit off the board against Sam could kind of put Sam in a bad position as well.
Yep, so adds 1, putting the rest on the bottom. We got 1 rune open for Bagel here, and we'll see what their choice is. But yeah, this Rengar is really tough for us to interact with.
Yeah. Stack deck's so nice though, able to get like try to figure out what our hand can look like, even if it's not a cleave or something like that. We can still set our
yeah,
hand
I don't
up
have
for that
anything to do now
following
because I
turn.
got
We'll have
surgery,
3
so he keeps
energy
telling
when
me
it comes
to start grinding and playing as much as I can.
do need to
Yeah,
defend
honestly,
deck
well,
hands,
first of all, I hope you're okay.
no matter
I hope
what,
the
it's
surgery
still
went
really
well.
nice to try to curate this hand to make it
You know,
into what we want to
that's
install.
obviously never fun.
Yeah,
Always
like
a scary thought. So good luck with everything, with the recovery and all that.
6 to 6, so you get rid of it, but it's a bit
Trading
expensive.
there is a weird
We're gonna pass
play.
Just a sneaky deckhand on the arena's greatest.
I don't know if I agree with trading with the Rengar there.
Kind of costly for sure.
Oh,
but
he's only at
I
5
think
as well. I thought he was
we're
at 6,
coming
but
up into these, like,
interesting.
later turns where potentially threatening
Yeah,
6,
honestly,
7 points
TCG
on
Arena,
Sam's
Runes
side
and
here.
Rift,
Maybe it's nice
in
to
our
get
Discord.
Rengar off, because especially with Star
Always,
Spring, he's
always a good thing to just get reps in.
Star Spring. He could potentially use Star
You know,
Spring to do that
and prepare
base
for the
and then
regional.
take
The regional is so
out
much
those
fun.
deckhands as well.
You know, Hartford, there's going to be a lot of familiar faces for our Discord.
Hesitant, but, you know, happy to see
So,
that it was just a trade there. We're gonna move the the sentry there into
definitely
the
get some reps in when you can.
And for one, we're just gonna gust it back to hand.
Looks like we may have something we want to do though with our runes here. We do have 7 up, so we have some different options for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if it's gonna be tough to play for 3, but we can play the Inferna as a reaction here and give itself the +1. So we do go to 7 points now.
Definitely a really nice use of
Looks like
the ambush cards, being able to use them as reactions.
Edge teammate and co-captain Granny has dropped his first match in round 2. Unfortunately, ran into an Aurora who high rolled him a little bit. So not much he could do about that. Really rough to see this early on, but with as good of a player as he is, he can definitely bounce back.
Looks like we're just gonna play out,
Whoa, whole bunch of small guys. Okay. So we have 3 1-might units in base. Interesting. Looks like the Falling Star, he has a Star Crossed. Falling Star can obviously be really good here, potentially.
Then Sam will win when it gets passed back to him. So we need to take out
But he needs some type of unit. Nope, and that's it.
Does not seem possible, unfortunately. So
he chose
Falling Star could have gotten rid of one of them, but Sam
not
takes
to
that,
play
quick 2-0 with,
Annie. I don't think it would have mattered.
Yeah, fantastic job I feel like by both these players.
Yeah, but you know, really
It would have been Annie into Gust into Falling Star.
When we were asked, I wanted to see a Rengar game.
Or no, Annie into.
Rengar without Aurora, I think it's cool to show
I don't think there was any way of winning that. So
benefits from,
don't blame him. Sam D. Sherman 2-0. Congratulations to him for a very strong start, as expected from such a good player.
Job. And obviously I mean, he is a fantastic Riftbound player. Really
We're up to 25 subs. Would love to hit that 30 mark. Guys, if you're in the chat, 1, thank you so much. 2, please make sure to like, subscribe, and then also comment. And man, I sound like just an annoying YouTuber.
Yeah, I would definitely say
but,
so. I mean, he seemed super confident. He
feel free to
knew his deck,
share the link.
And a 2-0 start
You know, shout out to Saf who shared the
it's
link.
doing really well to get to that 6-2.
If there's anybody that you know that likes Riftbound,
see how round 3 goes for it, but you know, especially with the
I would very much appreciate
people are less experienced used with, right?
Appreciate
You
it
know, a lot
since
of
I
these
am
interactions, I think Rengar in
new on
particular,
this
when you have all these
journey.
unique timings,
By
a
the
lot
way,
of
this
these
is not just
react
my channel,
windows, that does mean you can
or
catch a lot of
I'm not the
opponents
only
off
one
guard if
that's
they
going
haven't
to
played
be
against Rengar before.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're seeing a lot in the Unleashed meta. Is
contributing
all these different,
to this
like,
channel. We
reactions
also
and lures
have
that players are really
Elijah
able to capitalize
and
off
Joel
of.
and
And
Logan,
you can see just how
along with
strong
others
that
from
was,
the team
especially for
and from the
Sam,
Discord that are
just in
going
that
to be
last turn, being able to react to that gust, to be able to still maintain
that are
their
going to be
spot
contributing.
on
So
Star Spring.
Yeah.
look
And
out for
if
their
you're just joining
videos
us,
as
we
well.
also did see a game from
Coming
Alan's
soon.
EQ. It was Diana versus Pike. Another 2-0 on that one, and just kind of had a lot of the same momentum, right? Where we've seen, like, you know, Fury and Chaos be, you know, historically a really good combination of domains, but they've been a little bit, you know, held back by all these new kind of reactions and windows coming up.
Yeah, it seems like they're having a little bit more trouble this time. That being said, both Sam D. Sherman and Alan ZQ, fantastic players. They definitely know how.
Wondering
to
what we're
reach
going to see
the
on stream
highest level.
next.
So it's interesting to
Let's
see,
do another
like,
poll.
both
That was fun.
interactions, but also
What
can
legends do you
Yeah,
want
and one of my
on
favorite things is to
stream?
watch people who are just confident. You know,
We're gonna
it's
do
a minor thing, but,
Aurelia hasn't been on
cards they're playing,
stream.
they've
We're
said,
gonna do
"This scenario,
LeBlanc,
you know,
which is
like,
getting
over
my
time, I
vote
know this is the play that
because
makes
I
the
am a
most
LeBlanc
sense for
player.
it." You know, that
And then we'll
also
do
just
4
helps you when
options
you've got
here.
8 rounds in one day. You know, you need
What
to
are
make
some
sure that some of
strong
these
decks?
plays
We
are
already saw
automatic because you're
Azir.
gonna have a lot of decision making.
I'll just do
and you wanna
Aurora
kind of
because we haven't seen
mitigate
an
the
Aurora
least
deck.
amount of that, you know, automatically.
Plus they're just, you know, Sivir, MF, whatever, kind of the same thing. Aurelia, LeBlanc, Aurora, maybe a Draven? Let's throw out a Draven, that's a cool one.
And so being able to decrease what you need to do early
Is there
in the
anything
day
on?
so
This
that
is
some
fine.
of those later games when you really need to think is
Okay, I
really
posted the poll.
Yeah,
I am gonna vote for
obviously,
LeBlanc.
even just having like one less game to go into,
Because
right?
that
A
is
2-0
Boo
just
Thang
means
for
they have
me.
another 30 minutes to be like, all right, just reset, take a breather.
Who voted for Aurora?
Remember what my plays are, because you know there is also
And I'm looking at you,
the other
Veg,
side where your plays
because
are
I know it was
too
you.
automatic when if you took a second, you have to
What? It wasn't me. It was me.
Tony, if it was you, oh my gosh.
that can be a big difference too.
Yeah, that is true. And they also have obviously time to take a drink, find some food.
I'm gonna end the poll there, so Aurora just wins.
They're definitely happy to have finished so quickly with these 2-0s. And especially after the last meta or set where the rounds are going a bit longer, I'm sure they're very happy here.
Yeah, I mean, also we're in Vancouver. It's a beautiful day outside. Even
Oh,
just
it
taking
is.
a 10-minute like gaze into the sea, you know what I mean? Just like look at that, feel the ocean breeze, right? I could definitely, you know, consider just a little break from there. It's so nice out here today.
Yeah, it really is. We're right beside almost like a cruise ship area. There's beautiful mountains in the background. Like a 10-minute break to like, just go breathe some fresh air. I think Vancouver is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, it's really, really beautiful here. So, again, we do have 8 rounds today. This is going to be the end of round 2. Not sure if we're going to have another quick interview or overview on that, but we did see this round specifically. We had Diana versus Pike, where Diana was able to take it, and we did also just see an Annie versus the Rengar, where Rengar was able to take it.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was so awesome getting to see these like new unleashed.
Okay, 1 vote for Aurelia. No set option is crazy. Okay, wait. I'll remake the poll and just make all 4 options set. I was trying to get like meta options and set. What about Renata? Tony, I will ban you. Who is voting for Aurora right now? This is insane. I'm gonna end this poll.
Be able to like reuse abilities like the fizz.
Wait, where did the poll go?
You know, it's gonna be so interesting to see how this meta continues to build out.
Yeah, and I think something that gets overlooked sometimes is this, like, you know, someone could be looking.
I don't know where the
look
poll
like
went.
they're on the back foot for a lot of the game, but
Let me refresh
it's
my page real
usually
quick.
because their opponent knows what their interaction they really want to do, right? And so being able
There
to
it is.
prevent them from doing it or preventing them from having enough.
Wait, I think it
moves
says
open to
I
get their
voted
good
for
play
Aurora.
because they have to, you know,
Lilia,
they
we
feel
saw 2
forced to
Lilias
recycle
already.
them
I don't think we need a
for
3rd
cost.
Lilia.
You know,
But,
that's like the
you
big
know,
difference. I think, you know,
no
both
hate.
Alan ZQ and Sam, both
I just
players
want to
who
see a lot
are
of gold
well-versed in
tokens
this game,
on
in
the
this
board.
meta, and they can understand this is what they want to do. And I can try
You're
really,
getting
really
muted.
hard to make it difficult for them to, you know, fire that away.
Yeah, 100%. And I have to wonder, like both of them
That's funny.
game 2 having
That's funny.
still
That gets
like,
some
arena's
reactions. There you go,
greatest,
Tony.
do you feel
Get
more
some
pressure
emotes.
going into it? Maybe these decks they feel still confident with, because obviously it seemed like Rengar was very happy. He hit 2 units going second.
Yeah.
On that turn 1 was obviously sneaky deckhands was still a bit of a, it took both the battlefields, but it seemed like both players were happy going into Arena's greatest, where that would be a pressure point. in some of these earlier sets.
I think you're right. I think Diana, again, having the champion unit that you just get a free turn 1 play, essentially, which is really, really nice. And then, generally speaking, in this game, it's very unusual for you to be able to make 2 units on turn 2 on the other side, right? Maybe like a Victor and a 2-cost, right? That can be historically, but the Sentry there, I think, is a cool tech that ends up working really good with Rengar. We mentioned the interaction with the Legend ability is really good, and then just having ways to, like, pressure 2 battlefields where most other decks it would have been like a free, 2 or 3 points for the Annie player.
Yeah, 100%. I was actually talking to one of Alan ZQ's testing partners, Randy, and he was saying that honestly he thinks this set going second is not as big of a deal as it might have been.
Definitely not me. It was definitely you, for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, Lilia actually won both of the stream games so far.
And I think that's right. That's been a big shift I've noticed as well.
So that was an interesting
for our first match. So let's send it away that way.
Development. Gelwins was one of the players, so that's not surprising that he won, because he's obviously a very strong player.
Some of the key moments that revolve around, first of all, a little bit of good luck from Raven Conservatory, but also we're going to take a look at what happened where, unfortunately, Axis
looks like we got some information from Twitter here. I'm going to throw this up on stream. This is the pre-RQ. Pre-RQ win rates. Take this with a grain of salt, obviously.
From this top deck here. Okay, so we have the
you have Lucian and Rek'Sai all the way to top. LeBlanc, love to see it. 2 blue yellows combinations, 2 red decks. Very surprising. I think these are all kind of not surprising. I think Azir being this low is very surprising. I think Kai'Sa being this low. I mean, she is in between Garen and Poppy. That blows my mind. None of these are surprising. No one played Jax. Okay. So yeah, nothing really too crazy in this. Azir being this low, a little weird. Lucian and Rek'Sai being this high, a little weird. But Kai'Sa being this low, a little weird. Fiora as well. But this color combination is in the blender. Oh my gosh. The only worst color combination is this one right here. Oof. Big oof for this color combo. I mean, Azir is just hard carrying this color combo. But yeah, orange, yellow, orange, yellow, orange, yellow.
To try to mitigate one of the carry cards in Alan's deck, which is Hui. So Hui's here, and Falling Star, I mean, often you use it to try to mitigate some...
we also have some matchup stats here. So this is interesting. Looks like Aurelia is good into everything except Pike. That's very interesting. Misfortune, Sivir, LeBlanc, Diana, all about even matchups. Master Yi is a losing matchup. Master Yi is pretty good into most things, not good into Aurora. We already knew that. Diana, good into everything except Ezreal. Whew. Ezreal and Vex are just rough. Okay, the blue-purple mirror is very Ezreal favored. LeBlanc, this is more on brand on what I thought. It's just not a fun matchup to play against Diana at all. Joel being a Diana player, we have very, very, very close games every time we play. Diana is not a fun match. LeBlanc actually did well into Diana at Sydney, but I was surprised by that. I'm much more, this is much more like what I thought. The win rates for LeBlanc across the board are kind of insane, though. Ezreal and Annie, Master Yi and Aurelia all being around 50%, but then after that, I mean, 56% overall is the best that I can see here. Almost 70% into both Auroras, into Azir. The Vex matchup is free, apparently. So, that's a really good matchup spread for LeBlanc. Looking like one of the stronger decks. This is looking gross for Vex. Pike, really, really bad. Really, really, really bad. Everything else floating around the 50% mark. I mean, Vex is floating around the 50% mark too, but must just be beating up on like certain matchups that are not shown here, like maybe just bad decks. Vex just beats bad decks, which would make sense based on the playstyle.
Let's throw our interview over to him.
Looks like Aurelia is going to be the most played at 129. I'll show this on screen as well. Aurelia.
Once again, still the chaos and mind aficionado.
Sorry. Let me see here.
Dare I say,
quick work not the coolest tree around Ivern.
How are you feeling just coming into the tournament today? I'm sure the people
Not sure what you mean by that.
So we picked you for your first
but
feature match for today.
why can't I vote my own polls? Aurelia at 129, LeBlanc at 102, Diana at 98. No surprises here. We're going to have about 130, it's 128 Auroras in the orange-purple colors. Azir, Pike being this represented is very surprising. Annie, no surprise. Ezra, no surprise. Vex, no surprise. Ari being this high is a little bit surprising, but people love Ari. Jin being this represented is a little surprising. Lots of Yasuo. Not a lot of Dariuses, which this kind of surprises me. I thought there would be a few more Dariuses. The fact that Rek'Sai is above Darius again, I just think Darius is better, but that's just me. Only 6 Jaxes. You only have to beat five people. You have to beat one handful of people in order to get best of Jax. Interesting. Looks like I have your next deck, Tony. It's gonna be Jax for the next best of for you. Yeah, none of this is very surprising.
Why not focus a little bit more towards the ambush mechanic instead of having more spell-oriented? So why specifically the changes to all these cards?
Kha'Zix was a one event trick when people were not prepared. It was just a surprise factor I wanted to have in. It's a good one, but the problem is when you have mana open, it's very foreseen, and it's good.
I didn't even realize that Alan was talking.
Small case scenarios, and it doesn't help the bad matchups. And I'd rather have teched the deck. One version of them was the Jewel version with the Consult the Past, where you utilize the Consult the Past as a defensive layer to trigger Jewel to have a +2, +4 with the 2 jewels, and even like Student or Abandon Hall, so you can grow your unit where it, like, even if opponent can walk over it, it taxes them heavily on their own turn, and then it just snowballs from there. And that's like the main version we're testing, and like a lot of people that brought this, like Sean, Casa, and a lot of people from our Discord are playing this version, so look up for that. And I'm playing the Gear Hate type of the version of the deck, with the main deck acceptable losses, turn to dust, yeah, a bit more spell heavy. That's why I can reason enough for the Conservatory game 1. And because of the field, I was looking at the stats, I'm like, into 70% of the field, it's pretty good, and into others, it's just a pitch for Hui for the extra
Trying to keep up with
and I run the 2 extra merchants just to make sure I can keep the deck fluid. So those are the 2 versions that I believe are the best now. Like, the
I didn't even
nice,
notice that.
but
That's
again,
hilarious.
it was just used for the surprise factor.
I kind of love the fact that there's more carrots.
Unless it's very like heavy meta. It's the only matchup that I really would like to have like 1 or 2. But outside of that, I'd rather have either Jewel version of the one or the one that I am currently running.
Yeah, that's kind of like I think what we talked about, where like the surprise factor makes a lot of sense, because typically it was like, hey, are you playing around Moonfall, or are you playing around this Kha'Zix, and you're like, you can't ever play around both, right? So meanwhile, I think things like, you know, the Jewel or like Flash, for example, kind of still get that job done of like, hey, they're playing around one thing, but they're not playing around this other one, and you still get all the advantages, of course, like
okay,
Flash
3 hours in,
getting the extra movement, of course. So it makes a lot of sense. You mentioned obviously
so
some other
Thank
names
you to everybody
that are
that's
playing
watching.
Diana, and it's no surprise because she's pretty popular, probably due to you and the other representation in
really
top 8 in Sydney. Are you necessarily, dare I say, afraid of anyone else playing this deck right now? Obviously, you're a very good player, but people are looking at your lists and very much honing in on wanting to try and play those similar play styles. Do you think maybe you have a lot of competition you have to worry about?
I mean, if I was worried, I wouldn't be giving the list and the tips and the sideboard how to play the deck. I would be hiding it and just never sharing. And I thrive for
Dude said, I'm not worried.
At its peak, just to make it harder, because like you don't forge into the weak environment. You get better only if the environment is better.
Saf, you are no longer the top fan.
So I'm much
that
for
spot has
the
been
better
taken by
tougher
Tony.
Competition, even if it means that I'm not gonna make it.
That makes a ton of sense to me, and I think no one else in this room wants the best environment for the tournament except for you, Alan. So congratulations on your round 2 win. I look forward to seeing you more so in the tournament, of course, but thank you so much.
Shout out this guy just eating in the background of the interview.
All right, well, thank you guys, and I'd be shocked if
he's just vibing back there.
not only today but this weekend. So that will be the case. But honestly, I think we're kind of wrapping up our second round here.
Yeah, it was so
Really
awesome
looking forward to
getting
what the
see,
matchups are going to be for round
Alan's
3.
point of view on his deck and talking about it, but
Going to take a
man,
quick restroom
that
break.
was a
I will be
fantastic round.
right back.
For sure.
Don't go
so
anywhere.
We're going to go into our break. We've got round 3 ahead of us.
Going
We've
into
got,
break
again,
as well.
8 rounds
We'll
for us
discuss
for
something in the
today.
break.
So,
I'll be right back.
You know, here in beautiful Vancouver, Canada, having a good time, and we'll see you guys in round number 3.
One of the many stops here in the Vancouver Regional Qualifier is the merch store, which is usually always popping as soon as the doors open. So, of course, they always want to come and pick up their premium benefits. And one of the benefits, of course, for this one is the Gin Virtuoso playmat featuring that nice overnumbered art. But for everyone else that doesn't have a premium badge, you can, of course, still pick up mini plushies, statues, and any mini figures. Some of the new ones here actually featuring KDA, some of my favorite champions from League of Legends, of course. But there's even fun little hats, things that like Rengar wears and the plushie kitty thing. So much more that you can pick up here at the Vancouver Regional Qualifier. So make sure you check out the merch store at the Regional Qualifier that you attend.
Let's get into top 8 Diana from Alan CQ in Sydney. First off, she is Diana Score on the Moon with the Chosen Legend ability of whenever you're in a showdown, you can add 1 energy to your pool that you can use in a showdown. Her chosen champion, Diana Lunari, she has the ability to pay 1 to predict and then draw it if it is a spell. Let's go ahead and take a look at the key cards in the deck. The first one being Wei. Wei is really important because he acts as the whole engine of this deck. And the big part of him is he allows you to draw, discard, and navigate through your deck while also getting value from it. For example, when you discard a champion or a unit, you're able to get 3 might. You discard a spell, you're able to draw, and if you discard a gear, then you are able to ready 2 runes. This makes his versatility really important for the deck, and really the deck has a hard time operating without him. And because of this movement, you also play a lot of movement-based cards. For example, we have Tide Turner, which acts as a 2-drop, and also the fact that you're able to use it in the late game
I love
to
this
move away
Renekton
to
plushie.
safety or to filter through your deck.
I need
more.
this Renekton
We
plushie.
also have Flash,
If
which
anybody
also
at
allows you
Vancouver,
to move away to safety
I need the-
and filter through your deck more as well. And this is a really key card as it has been throughout the meta, especially when you're taking first, then you're able to usually establish yourself onto a battlefield and then come back from it. And that makes this a great card for the deck. The next one is Moonfall, and with Moonfall, I love Moonfall. First off, I could talk about this card all day, but it
Moonfall's
allows
such a
you
good
to
card.
win most of your fights because you target a battlefield to give -2 might to everything, and not just the unit that you target, which makes this really important. It is also that movement
That was
base
the
that we talked
ugliest
about
way I could've
earlier,
done
where
that.
you're able to move a card from a battlefield to this other battlefield where you have units. And this can turn fights so quickly. It is such an extremely strong card in Diana and really allows her to do everything she does along with that Wei that we talked about earlier. And because we have Wei, we also have other units that can accelerate, in this case, such as the Thousand Tail Watcher, which is a unique pick for this deck. But we also have Vex Apathetic, more importantly.
Should
This
be
is
starting
one of
round
the key
3
cards in the
soon
game
enough.
overall, as it is kind of turned everything on its head. And what it does is it has deflect, but also stuns every unit that enters play.
Hey, player
On
here,
top
because
of
you're gonna have
that,
2
it
sprite
also
here
allows
generate
it
additional
not to
might
move
there.
in that
Because we're
accelerate, so
playing
it's really
around that
good
death.
against certain strategies in decks. And we'll go ahead and take a look overall at the next deck, which is the best of Diana from Sydney, which comes from Nice Boy. And a lot of key differences in this list. A big thing is the number of Gust in this is a 3 of, which allows the Diana to get a lot of tempo, which is critical at points, but it is less valuable. However, this was made up from the fact that we have Mind Splitter in the deck, a little bit taller than what we saw in Alan's version of the deck, And this is really good against Aurora or anything that has those critical parts that you want to be able to discard before your opponent has the ability to play it. And with that, we also
have skirmishes coming up
the Frigid Jewel in this
on,
list,
what,
which
Monday?
is highly
gonna be the
criticized
first
right
day
now
to-
of whether is this card actually good or not. And the reason being is it has a small amount of things that it actually works with. It works with Wei, it works with Diana, and it also works with Stupefy. However, if you don't have those cards, then this kind of becomes a little bit dead at times. With the exception with Wei, you can discard it and ready 2 runes, so it does give the ability to ready 2 runes a little bit more flexibility. You might be able to do an extra play that you weren't able to do before.
I am not a Diana player, but it does
throw your
feel like
opponent
a
off
bit
guard
of
on
a
top of that.
win card to
I also
me.
want to highlight that there's Smoke Screen in here, which wasn't a
anybody
very
play
common
Diana
card
that's in
that
the
was
stream
played
right
in
now?
Diana. However, it did perform very well in the last tournament.
opinions
Obviously, we
on
have the best of Diana
Frigid
here
Jewel?
in this list. And being able to break holds with this was extremely important for the list. And Eclipse kind of operates similar to that, but I like the smokescreen tech quite a bit. And that's all I have for you. Thank you so much.
Well done by our...
Round 2 was an absolutely splendor to behold. It was a lot of fun to watch. And I mean, I think we got lucky. We got to see Alan right off the rip here in Vancouver in round 2.
Oh, there's a skirmish
he did
tomorrow.
2-0. And it goes to showcase
That's a
just how
case
powerful Diane is.
That's
Well,
Solicido.
an interesting thing about that is in Sydney,
And then
Pike
Store
was
Fire
actually
and
highly
Dice
favored against
is
Diana as well.
Tuesday.
So we get to see that expert piloting
But
with those
they
big
also
deck
don't
changes
give
from
any
Alan
prizing.
to be able to take that
And
down
yes, I
pretty
will say
quickly.
that on stream because
Yeah,
I won
and the
their
thing
last
about
skirmish.
Pike as well is like you have this
Or
aggressive play style where you're trying
their
to
Spirit
stay
Forge
on board, you're trying to
skirmish,
utilize the
first
balance
one.
mechanics, but Diane has so
So
many
they might have had another one
answers,
since
right?
then, but they charge
And I think we
$20 for
found that
entry,
there, and in one of the answers
and then
that
they
we
claim
saw
that they're
was
not
the
allowed to
use
give out
of
prizing.
Gust. Now, I want to take a
according
second to talk about Gust because Gust,
or they'll
its
lose their
friend,
license.
Flight or Flight, is no longer with us, but we still have Gust, and Gust I think is a core component of the Chaos domain. So why do you think we see so much Gust out here?
Well, the big thing is
so
it
I
has
probably won't
such
be supporting
high
that
tempo,
place.
Being able to completely essentially remove a unit from the battlefield
unless I just want to get a free
at 3
buy.
might, and we have a lot of things that are variety of 3 might. On top of that, we do see a lot of
Plenty of
LeBlanc in the
skirmishes
meta,
coming up
and
this
because
upcoming
of that,
weekend.
LeBlanc wants to get onto the
We have
battlefield
Hex
so
and
early,
Co, Compa
being able to say
Depot.
Gust and just slow it down so much. So
Looking forward to
Gust's
those.
tempo is just hard to match. We really can't match Gust.
And when you have something like a LeBlanc fragmented, it's a good target to Gust.
Alex is casting.
Oh yeah, anything that's high cost or high tempo and just being able to take that tempo right back, especially if you
people by
are
name.
able to
Is
hit something
that
like a Raven
one
Bloom
of these
student
people
who
that's on
usually
screen?
can potentially get up to that 4 might and say, no, actually you can't do that. But when
Help me
you are
out here.
keeping it to that 2 might, you know, just
bad with
being able
names.
to reset the board state, slow everything down, just a critical card overall.
Now, similar to Gust is Starcrossed, and we did see Starcrossed in Alan's game. It unfortunately, Axis was not able to maintain the board state because ultimately, at the end of the day, Pui was able to generate a lot of value. So, with Starcrossed, why do you feel like that is such a key component to the Chaos strategy?
Well, quite possibly, Starcross could be considered one of the best cards in Unleash that has been released. And the big thing is, once again, it's that high-tempo gameplay that we were really looking at. Being able to remove something very cheap and efficient, and then being able to take care of
guy on the
anything
left is
tall with
Marvel Snap
Starcross
content
is really
creator.
nice.
Hello.
It only costs 1
I think
power,
he does a
so it's
Riftbound
not the
podcast
worst thing
now,
in the
too.
world there
Oh, so
either.
basically you're going to be
That's
casting soon
just-
too,
it
since
just
you're
gives you so
a
much
Marvel
tempo.
Rivals
A big
content
reason why
creator.
we've seen less Forerunner in the meta
famous
is
one.
because of the Starcross is being able to say like, oh, you played this 6-cost unit, let me just put that back in your hand here real quick. It just makes the game be a lot more efficient overall.
All right, guys, I got great news for you. We're ready to vote for the next matchup here going into round 3. So get ready to submit your votes. And oh my gosh, it is the battle of
we
the
got
meta here.
Randy
We
versus
have some
Adarius.
absolute
Hope he
bangers.
doesn't get
We have
flashbacks of our
LeBlanc
match because I did
versus
beat him.
Kaisa, and then your second option is
Shout out
going
Randy
to
though,
be
he's
Darius
awesome.
versus
And
Aurelia.
he also
So the first
bricked
thing
really
is
badly.
that we do have Randy down there
how do you
who is
vote
a
in this
playtest
thing?
partner with Alan in
Do you have to vote in,
Prismat,
like, the
so
live chat?
would love to see
Oh, you
that
do.
really a deck that's being cooked up.
What
Also,
are we voting for,
Darius,
guys?
There are multiple
What
versions
do you guys
of
wanna watch?
Darius right now. There is
ARB.
the hook version, which
If you're
has
watching
been
right now,
here
put
since
an
set
A
1,
or a B in
but
the chat, please.
Darius aggro deck that's been making waves on Twitter has absolutely
funny.
been part of
I was
a
reading
lot
your
of players have
messages,
said like, oh, this deck is really quick and it can just get under some of these more mid-rangey
Val
style decks.
Starlight.
And then
Where
up
did
top,
that name come
of
from?
course,
Is that like a reference
LeBlanc
that I don't
making
know?
waves as well. We've seen
I mean, I want to see
two
LeBlanc.
variants of her, the Temple
So I'm gonna vote
LeBlanc
A.
as well as the
As
Hook
much as I would
LeBlanc,
like to
with
see.
the Hook LeBlanc being a little bit more favorite, especially after top 8
I have to be
in
a
Sydney.
subscriber.
Guys, I got some great news. the results are in, and we're going to watch Aurelia and Darius.
And
Randy's
Randy
taking
wins.
the stage here. And I mean, the
I
Riftbound
gave him what
community,
he needs in order to beat
know his talent
the
and
Darius. I gave him the
capabilities here, and we're going to see it on
experience.
full display with Aurelia. Now, I'm going to say with Darius,
This is actually so funny that they would
Fury and it having some challenges, but look at this deck list with Darius here. What really stands out to you here? Because for me,
that they would put
Pike,
Randy
I
on
think that
stream
Pike and
against a
Rek'Sai, these are great
Darius
cards being splashed into this deck.
when I am the guy that
there's
beat
a
him
lot
on
of options
Darius
here.
at the last
Something that I
regional.
actually want to highlight is once again is the
This is cool.
gear hate or even just card hate in general with the Ashe on the main board. We've been seeing a lot more main deck gear hate and being able to react with cards a lot better and being able to say, you know what, you wanted that card in your hand, nope, you don't get it anymore. So that's a really big thing, is having this Ashe here to disrupt your opponent's deck.
And you did mention Furious Forerunner. Furious Forerunner is here, so we'll have to see if it can obviously.
How do you feel about little Darius on screen now,
We
sir?
do have a lot of, you talked
Yeah,
about,
I'm excited.
gear hate. We have some unit
I wanted
hate
to
as
see
well,
the
a
LeBlanc.
single variation or version of Call the Week in the
Oh,
main
please.
board here. 2 Falling Stars, and Falling Stars was
you could
actually
write
a big
anything you want
part
in the
of
chat, Joe.
Allen game as well, as Falling
You're the
Star
man. I
did
appreciate you
tend
being in
to
here so
drastically
much.
deramp Axis.
And I also want to highlight here,
Dude, I
Inferna.
might skip also,
Inferna
but
has been one of
I think it was Saf that tried
lights
to
at the
convince
end
me to
of the
go
tunnel
and just
for
tell Mike to
Fury
put it
overall
on the
because
screen.
It has struggled so much.
And
Inferna
then,
said, like, I'm going to give you a consistent
we could watch the
two-drop.
Knicks while
It
playing
has
Riftbound
ambush,
with
it has
like a bunch of
assault, and
Knicks
it's been
fans.
a card that's been performing really well in Fury decks overall. Like I said,
To
that
answer your
bright
question,
light
Tony,
at
I'm
the
excited to
dark
see
tunnel
Darius.
for it, for sure.
I want to see a
And
little
we
Blanc.
would be
I like
remiss if
this
we did
list.
not
It's
mention
interesting.
we
Lots
do
of
have an
2-ofs.
Hopeful and a Darius,
2 Rally,
fantastic
2
combination,
Ferris,
that
2
can be
Unsung,
used to
2
not only
Pike,
generate
2
a
Rek'Sai,
large
2
body
Undying,
state on the board,
2
but of course
Ashe, 2
Darius
Death Grip, 2
has
Star,
the tremendous
2 BF
capability of
Sword.
being
Jeez.
incredibly aggressive, as whenever you play that second card, it does come in
Yeah.
readied with that additional 2
Lots of
might. Let's go
2-ofs.
to
The
the
Noxian
second
Guillotine
deck
is
list here.
interesting.
This would be our
I
Irelia.
just think
What stands
Vengeance
out to you here
is
is
kind of
that
a better
Affirmation
card
Gust as a one of
because it can't
Star-Crossed, as
be defied.
expected. What else do you see?
Well, the big thing has been this whole Scuttle versus Lonely Poro. Really, you can only fit one to the deck, and we see
Scuttle
the
is just
Scuttle
better than
starting
Lonely
to
Poro in
take
my mind.
advantage of the card draw, and then also
Um,
seeing your opponent's hand.
Just
so
piggybacking off
personally,
what the
I like
commentators are
Scuttle
saying.
Crab
I'm going
a
to
bit
turn them
more
down a
than
little
Lonely
bit.
Poro, and it's been a really big part of this deck overall.
We do have 2 not so fast sitting to protect the Aurelia, and I should also mention one of the absolute best signature abilities in the game, Defiant Dance.
Yes, and then on top of that, something once again, more gear hate in this deck with Disarming Rake. It's in the main board of the deck once again. We are seeing some of the best decks be having the gear hate in it, including Allen had multiple forms of gear hate, and with them being testing partners, it makes sense. We've seen it be very popular in the Chinese meta as well, so it's unsurprising to see it be here too.
All right, we are ready to go to our match here as we see
All right, this should be an exciting one.
Darius
You know, the Call of
getting
Weeks,
set up here, and I have to tell you,
if Randy doesn't hit his Scuttle Crabs, can definitely, or his Defies, can definitely
The issue
cause
with
issues.
Aurelia is that, or should I say the benefit Aurelia is, there isn't
shout out
really
Randy.
a true weakness of her.
One
I
of the
mean,
best
being
guys I've met
fast
in
and
the
going
community.
under her is one of the ways, or being a little bit slower and going over
especially
as well. But
as a pro
Aurelia
player.
just has a great way to shore up pretty much every weakness in the deck. So the Darius deck, I've actually played this matchup of myself a couple times. If Darius can be quick and get on board quickly, it can beat Aurelia just by going a little bit quicker than it overall.
No offense to Dino
However,
Bravo,
we will see the
and no offense
Call
to
for Aurelia,
a
which is
Darius
an
truther.
extremely strong battlefield for Aurelia to start with.
But
yeah, the abandoned
yeah,
hall,
gotta root,
because Aurelia gets
gotta
a
root for the
double dip on
guy
that effect, and all of a sudden the amount of power,
on the
the
right
amount of might
here.
that she represents so rapidly increases. It is absolutely one of the
But I'll be non-biased.
game
See the
one
power turn 1,
battlefields
game 1.
for Aurelia.
I don't necessarily
We get started
agree.
here,
I
it
don't
looks
know
like turn
what
one is gonna be Randy.
he's playing,
And a big thing is,
but I think See the Power going second on Darius is so good because you can drop 2 drop hopeful.
Battlefield, but for these fast tempo decks that can get on board nice and early,
He is going second
we
here,
are
so
able
maybe
to
he could just
take
do that
advantage
now.
of that battlefield well. And with Darius's effect, sometimes we can play
Nope,
2 drops
just
here,
plays
but
the
we will
Undying
be playing
Legion.
the
We have
Undying
double
here.
Defy Defiant Dance in hand for Randy, but no units so far, which can present a problem, especially with Call of Weeks, but obviously he has the Defies for those.
Yes, the Guardian Angel being a key piece of Irelia, as it does help protect your units, and we will see stacked deck, which is an interesting card because a
I'm
lot of Irelia
disappointed in Randy only because of one thing. But it doesn't look like it's a signature Aurelia he has out. but he's got the best of one there.
I mean, yeah, flexing the best of it, I think, is enough.
In the chaos and in the
you know, especially with the fact that especially with the fact that he
rather rapidly throughout the entire course of the game is notable. And then
you know, actually has to use the champ unit,
throughout the course of the game, because Aurelia, while
you know, and potentially like
focusing on that chosen champion,
hits the scuttle crab, so that's good, obviously.
As well, and so you have to have the tricks available to get that done.
Flexing on him with the Dwayne the Rock Johnson fit. Got the black long sleeve with the cross hanging over. Not quite a turtleneck, but got the watch going.
Everything, and the scuttle crab not only just replaces itself when played, but of course it gives you the opportunity to reveal not just the hand, but
you know you're obliged now to make a meme of like Randy with this photo shoot next to that rock photo.
That would be hilarious.
We're really going to need to see a very high tempo play, really being
I'm sure he would find the humor in it.
It does often run accelerate units, so looks like we are taking a look at what the battlefield does here. The abandoned
Just missing the fanny pack. Hey, we can't see below the table. Pause. But he might have the fanny pack. You never know. He might, maybe the unique glow bag. That's fanny pack like. So we see the Darius thinking over his turn here. Obviously, he has a couple different options of what he could do. Half tapping all 5 runes, so I'm confused as to what's happening here. He taps 5 for Ashe. Just gonna look at the hand here. I wonder what he's gonna take.
Check that out. We have Charm, Defy, Guardian Angel, and
Defiant Dance honestly is his only interaction. I would go with that. I think the Defies are fine. The Charm could be an issue, so I could definitely see him going for the Charm, but I think it's the Defiant Dance. I think that's definitely a strong choice.
To me, Defiant Dance, it represents such an immense power spike when played on,
especially when it comes to Abandoned Hall. You're talking about a potential 7 might swing if the Aurelia is involved, because you have 1, 2, yeah, you have +5 and then -2, and then you could ready her, so technically it could be an 8 might swing.
The Defiant Dance isn't discarded, it's actually essentially banished, so if there is a hold available for Randy, then he will get that Defiant Dance back.
Yeah, it's almost like a soft mind splitter or something like that. It's like, well, you can't use it right now, but if you manage to hold, we'll give it back to you. Yeah, the Undying Legion being checked out by Randy there. We don't see too much of it, but it's actually a really cool card because if you happen to play it, if it goes into the trash, with the Legion, you can actually pull it out from the trash, play it again for 3 energy, or 3 runes, and 1 power.
Tony,
yep, it's not a very
2 weeks ago,
but it does give that
did you
value, so if you
play against Joe, aka Val Starlight, at Depot? Can you remember that off the top of your head? He plays set.
You have another option now.
I might have. Why?
Okay. Because and I don't know if he's still listening. I don't know if he's still in the chat right now. But if he is, this is what ended up happening. So
I think ultimately, if your opponent's less of an opportunity to anticipate what you're doing, that's advantage you.
Goes into the seat of power with the Scuttle Crab to draw a card.
Yep, I do also use our Aurelia
because you guys played, I looked at the listing and I turned around and saw you two playing, and like I always call you Tony, so like I forget that your name is Anthony. And then I just made a dumb mistake the next day as far as or the next week in names, because I saw Anthony and I was like, oh, that's not Tony, because I'm an idiot. Apparently. I was like, that's Tony, and then I saw who you were playing against, and I was like, oh, his name. I was like, his name's not Anthony, but in my head, I was like, okay, whatever, that's what it says on the board. And then, yeah, I just figured that out because I saw your name on YouTube. Because it has your actual like full name.
Is very popular, but not in this particular variation of Darius. We're seeing it
but
more.
Yeah, led me into a embarrassing moment. Anyway, talking about the board state here. Cool story, bro. Shut up, Saf. There was nothing happening in the game. Randy is super far ahead. He's gonna double hold, get his Divine Dance back, go 4-1. The game is just really rough, unless I guess if he could play something with, if he could play a 2-drop here, Darius can go over the Aurelia. But either way, Randy is going to save the Aurelia with the GA. He's going to get the Defiant Dance back.
Once again, really tough spot here because the
And then he could just walk in with the Aurelia.
Second, you have the option of playing 2 2-drops because you have the Darius Legend, but we missed that and had to play in Dying, which is a lower tempo play overall.
I don't like the way this guy is tapping his runes. That's just me. If I was playing against him, I would ask.
This guy clearly plays on. This guy clearly plays on Atlas.
Oh, because they like tilt,
Yeah.
Yeah, so he can conquer over the Aurelia. We know that Randy has another GA in hand. He's going to hold with the Scuttle in order to get the Defiant Dance back.
I would hold here, trigger there's the hold, and we're going to get our Defiant Dance back. Let me just put the dice.
This game is very much in the hand of...
Really important as well. There we go.
In the hands of Randy at this point. The Charm was extremely strong. I think you could have potentially taken the Charm instead of the Defiant Dance. I kind of threw out that idea earlier on the Ash, but I think he didn't think ahead enough in order to
there's a stack deck. We're gonna end up playing something here to make this
in order to think of the line
she was ready
of what was gonna happen.
I really just wanted to get enough might here.
Yeah, and then of course, we don't quite know what's in his hand, but even
yep, Abandoned Hall shenanigans with Aurelia.
Well, not in this case, but
now I would assume another GA comes down.
Here they're going to be holding the 2 battlefields. Scuttle Crab on one, Aurelia on the other. Scuttle Crab is going to come back.
Move the Scuttle back.
And there
GA, equip.
This second Guardian Angel is actually key here because we are able to protect Aurelia just a little bit more.
I'm not sure what he has in hand, but I think you just leave the Aurelia at the battlefield.
Aurelia is able to be at this battlefield,
yeah, makes sense.
We don't have to spend more power.
Makes sense to me.
Move her back is so ideal here, and on top of that, we don't have much development from the Darius. Like
trying
I said,
to see what the pairings are for some of the teammates.
And against Aurelia, that makes things really tough.
On this next turn for Randy, he's going to want to go into that critical 6 points. And for
round 3 looks like Joel is going up against an Aurelia. Interesting matchup there. Then we're going to have Mahir. Mahir is going up against a Jhin. He got some experience against Jhin yesterday, so that's interesting. We'll see what happens there. Let's see, Elijah. Elijah's going up against the Lux. He's on table 113. Really good opportunity for Elijah to open the event 3-0. Obviously, Lux is a bit of a subpar deck, but solid colors, so we'll see what happens there. I think he has the advantage, though. Let's go to Sam.
Especially when we haven't drawn that Stellar Core and Herder yet.
He is facing against a Vi, so good opportunity there as well. Vi, obviously not the strongest deck in the meta. See what happens. Good luck to all of our teammates, to all the guys, to all the people in the Discord. Saf, remember when I was calling you Mango for like a month and you're like, you know my name is Saf, right? I'm bad with names, guys. Please, leave me be.
You got to stay on character, right? You can't change it up. If you ever got good, it'd be a problem.
If I ever got good with names?
Yeah. You gotta stay on brand if you're bad with names.
If I were in this position, I wouldn't be looking to try to push over this Aurelia. It's on Abandoned Hall.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
And you know Defiant Dance is in the hand, so okay, looks like we're going for it.
Considering his options here, he does have 2 runes up.
All right, so we're gonna see what Randy does here on defense. Does he allow the GA to go through?
Is this worth it or not?
He has Call the Weak protection, both in the form of Scuttle Crab and the double Defy that he has in hand, which we saw earlier from the Ash reveal. He's going to go for the Discipline. That's going to be a +4 on Aurelia, which is absolutely absurd. Is it not +4? Oh, it's +5. Sorry. It's +5. And that's GG.
we
you
will
can
lose
go
out on that
next.
trade, which is just going to be tough overall. And if we don't have a way to develop here, it's going to be even more tricky, especially with that seat of power open for the scuttle to come. But it looks like we will have some more development or potentially more gear. We'll see which one it is.
I'll do 2. Looks like we have another play coming here.
To the next game because that's a missed play and a half.
And okay.
That just kills? Yeah.
Yes, we haven't seen this guy for a bit, but the Noxian Guillotine is out here. And does have to pay for
Yeah,
as well because we were targeting
this game is over.
Okay.
Yeah. It sounds like they might be scooping here. Going to that next game.
Yep.
It looks like the advantage that Randy has was a little too far for Dino to overcome, so they're going to be going game 2. Now, the story of this game, I think, was simply that Aurelia got out there early, and the pushes that Dino had made to try to kind
Yeah, I mean, even if he plays the Noxian Guillotine and conquers there, nothing really changes.
And the double Guardian
You know, obviously this Nox hopefully will be sitting on the battlefield with 7, but Aurelia readies to 6 because of the GA on top.
And we will be going on to the next game. It looks like we have the arena's greatest, assuming that Darius will be going first, and this should
I mean, really, it doesn't change much.
A little bit faster is what
You still double conquer from Randy's side unless he literally has 0 interaction. You just double conquer on the next turn. And then you draw a card with Seat of Power, and then your opponent is left with nothing on board except Hopeful, or except BF Sword. Or I guess actually he wouldn't have the GA because Aurelia would die to the Noxian Guillotine. But then he would also be recycling 2 because you have 1 for Deflect, and then 1 for the card itself. And he would be tapped out, so not much you could really accomplish in that board state. Especially being down on points with Randy going to 6 on the upcoming turn.
That battlefield take the effect and gain an advantage. We're going to game 2 here. Randy won game 1, up 1. Dino, I'm assuming, is going to be going first.
Yes, hopefully he can find a better start this time. Was pretty unfortunate with that last start, especially going second. Undying, once again, we talked about it being something that's really more value-oriented than tempo-oriented, and in this deck, we
really want to hit 30 subscribers before the end of the stream. We need 5 more only. So, you know, if you guys have any friends that like Riftbound, any people that you know that play Riftbound, please share the link to those people, and hopefully we can get some more people in here to watch the next couple of rounds as long as I'm live.
Yeah, it's hard to say without having access.
We'll be live tomorrow. Tomorrow's schedule. Let me just make sure I have it correct.
We saw what happened with that Guardian Angel, so it'll be interesting to see what these players do decide to put in their sideboards and if that changes the
Sunday. Starts at the same time, so 1 p.m. We'll have rounds 9 through 13. Should be some really competitive gameplay at that point. And then obviously the top 8 cut. I'll be looking to stream most of that, so all of that if I can. But definitely we'll be doing top 8. So if you guys are around tomorrow, I would love to have everyone that was commenting and everybody that was in here today in there tomorrow. And then hopefully we can get some more people as well.
What do you assume is the strategy here by kind of conceding the go?
The big strategy is with the idea of playing two drops at the same time because of the Darius Legend. So you're able to play one, and then we don't have that second 2 drop though. So that
Darius put out Arena's Greatest and then chose to go second.
There's a lot of options in this deck. That's the big thing it takes advantage of.
First point being scored by Randy here.
Yeah, you did.
Second point. Assuming we didn't miss the Arena's Greatest.
That's right.
And he missed Arena's Greatest.
Even from the game's greatest, where the Arena's Greatest trigger there, it looks like Dino's. It's not displaying that he took the point, but
yeah, there's a possibility of a missed trigger here, but we'll have to see. Once again, my hero Scuttle is on the board, drawing a card, and the GA as well. A very similar look to what we saw last game.
Yeah, very strong opening from Randy.
I don't know if you guys can hear the conversation going on between Dino Bravo and the judge, but he did miss his Arena Greatest trigger. He did choose to go second.
The Starcross is pretty scary.
And
hopefully, and we know there weren't two drops. maybe he's able to get something else
In a
here that
game
helps
where you
out. The
really
Inferno
want to
being
be
good
out
at
in front,
assault is
he
able to
is
take out
down
that tight
2 to
turner
1.
with ease, which is very helpful.
Yeah, I like this play a lot.
And
Good
down
turn
in the
play
board
here, and I
state,
think
and
that,
down in hand.
Like, of course, the Scuttle Crab now can't actually contest these battlefields unless you try to utilize
Okay,
that.
he
that GA,
equalizes
but
a little bit,
I don't
at
think you're
least the
putting a
point
GA on a
total.
Scuttle Crab, of course. So it looks like it's gonna
Develops an
slowly
unsung
pace the game
hero
down for
and then
Renata.
passes.
And we do
Probably
see
gonna
that
see the Aurelia
unsung
here.
hero
Equip the
there.
GA, ready
Maybe
the
will be
Aurelia,
hero
conquer
drawing
over the
more
pike.
cards. Must have been the
Maybe
top deck
use your
most
last
likely
rune to
because
draw a
we did
card,
see those
unless you have like a
zeros
Divine
earlier.
Dance or a
So
Defiant Hand
Randy
that you
can
want to
make a
hold
read
runes
here
up
a little
for,
bit as
or an
well.
Enguard. Or you could just develop threaten that. So that's something that I talk to about a lot of people that I help, you know, or just teammates in general. Threatening stuff is sometimes just as good as having stuff. You know, tapping yourself out leaves you open to free gameplay.
It will be targeted with the GA, and then we will.
So he is doing the ready.
The Irelia as well.
Yeah, I believe so. Yes.
Just making sure all the runes are in order here. Is tapped out, so Irelia will be able to do what they wish, and we'll be able to take either battlefield. It looks like we're seeing the Sunken Temple, and will we see the...
So Aurelia goes over. If he has something like an Unguard, I think it might be just worth it just to say screw it and go into arenas, conquer.
Yeah, personally, I think tapping out
He's
Aurelia
considering
is
it,
one of the most scary things you
but
could possibly do.
yeah,
However,
he might not
we
want to
do have
tap
a
out
G on
because
it,
if
so
he
it
does
makes
get
it
hit
to
with
be
like
a
unsung
little bit less scary,
into Sunken
but you can
Temple with a
pretty much always
Rengar,
represent something
then
that
all of a sudden your
will
Aurelia gets
energy
killed.
for Aurelia,
Then if he
so
has
I
any
would
way of
not
removing your
in a lot
Scuttle
of cases.
Crab,
If you're not
like an
worried about
ambush
gassing
unit or
out
something
running
like
out of
that,
cards, then it's something
you know,
that
you're open to
oh,
things like
I
Call of the
will at
Week,
some point
you're open
leave
to
this
Noxian
battlefield and come
Guillotine,
back anyway and take the card draw then when you have a bit more
which
runes
I
to
believe
work with.
doesn't need to be
So I
at a
like what Randy
battlefield.
just kind of did. He kind of tipped his hat a little bit there. I think he was thinking about maybe sacrifice or just throwing the crab in there just to kind of take a quick glimpse of maybe what, like, does he have to float this rune? Like, what's in the hand? Like, I kind of like
Yeah,
that he
it does
ultimately
not
decides
require you
pass
to.
the turn here, but it's kind of an interesting thought.
It
Yeah,
does not
is,
require
and
you
that's
to.
one of the great utilities of Scuttle and why so many players have decided to play Scuttle rather than Little is being able to understand what is in your
Be at a
opponent's hand,
battlefield or
especially
anything
when
like
there
that.
is so
So
much gear that adds might and potentially could make
he chooses
playing
not to.
Aurelia
He holds up the
scary,
one rune. I think
because
this
we
is the
could
safer
target
play.
Aurelia and
If your Aurelia doesn't get killed early,
re-ready our Aurelia and
this
then
game is
target
just
her
free.
and
This
then
match is
move her
free.
out to safety. That would be
Should be a
very
swift
expensive
2-0,
though,
honestly.
but it is a consideration
The
when
board state
Aurelia is so
is
core to
just
this deck, and
heavily
we
in
know the
favor
Stone Horn isn't ready either.
We have the
of
unsung
Randy.
hero coming out. This is a card I've always loved, actually. And in this particular deck, your goal obviously is you want to get it mighty. So hopefully that'll provide some hand advantage.
Still talking about the Mist Arenas trigger. He'd be at 4.
Yeah, so a lot of
I don't think it's going to matter. I don't think it's going to be relevant in the game.
A ton of cards played yet from Dino, so we'll probably see something come in here. Of course, every player says, I see this Aurelia and I want to remove it, but with the Guardian Angel, not the best possibility here. We saw it happen last game where
Thinking through his plays, nothing wrong with that.
Being able to do anything against Aurelia.
Definitely want to take your
However, that was on
time.
Bandit Hall, and this is on Sunken Temple, two very different battlefields, and you operate much differently for Aurelia.
Now I'm trying to think to our discussion back about the decks. I do not remember seeing salvage in the main deck, which obviously would help to alleviate some of the pressure from that GA. But okay, we have a play coming out here. Looks like Dino's thinking it through. It looks like it might be the Darius from the champion zone here.
Just making sure those runes are turned all the way to the side. So go ahead and recycle that red rune as well, and we're going to use our Darius. And what will we be bringing out here?
And it's the salvage. Must have been sideboarded in. We do get the salvage, and that changes everything. That makes that Aurelia significantly more vulnerable. And thankfully, Randy does have one rune up.
Yes, will we see that Defy or not is a big question. And if it is even there, regardless if Randy has it in hand, he has to pretend like he has it in hand. That was the bluff that we saw there potentially. Or maybe he does have it in hand and has decided, oh, I'm going to do something else instead, but likely a bluff.
So we see the
Randy,
salvage.
just playing slow, not being like, oh, no, you're good, you're good. Because oftentimes players try to do that, saying, oh, you know, it's fine. And they
strong
just tip
play.
their hand by doing that. So Randy, being a
Potential
seasoned card game
Darius
player,
goes
has
in.
taken his time and said, okay, that goes through.
This is a long
9
play
to
coming in.
4 on
It does look like 9
Sunken.
coming in
means that a
from
Defiant
Dino
Dance will
against
equalize
Aurelia's
this.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens here. We have the
Unguard does
Unguard.
not, but Unguard will at least kill Darius, which means
And it looks like Darius and Aurelia, the two champions, are going to trade here. The unsung hero.
you can at least trade.
So we do get that Conquer there as well. No option of paying to get that extra
Unsung
card
has
drawn. However,
conquered.
the Infernal move back, which I love doing this because the assault is so good on her. You want to be able to attack in as much as possible.
I will be
so really
right
strong play
back.
from the Darius
Sorry
here.
to take a break in between in a game, but I will be right back.
For Dino, for the Darius player, taking out that Aurelia is going to be a huge asset because it's going to put the power in his hands to slowly start to chip away at these battlefields and hopefully close out the game.
The big question is, are there any units in hand for Randy? If there's no units, then we have a tough time here, so we're going to stack deck first. We would love to find Celicorn Herder here. Like, that would be the hit if you had the option for it, because you want to be able to draw and have something else. Now that the Aurelia is gone, we need to find a unit here, or else we're in big trouble.
You're absolutely right. At the end of the day, Aurelia really does focus in on that chosen champion. It's one of the key powers that it has. It's so consistent coming out of the champion zone, but if in the event that it's answered, and then all of a sudden, like, what are you going to try to do? You know, use a Scuttle Crab as a carry? Like, it's not going to work. You have the Tide Turner, maybe, but at the end of the day, you're right. Randy desperately needs that Celicorn Herder, and then even from there, like, realistically, you got to try to trick yourself into a position where you're able to, you know, actually challenge these battlefields, because there's going to be a lot of might on the field of play from Dino. Like, Darius can put up serious might, he can be aggressive, and so as a result, I think that Randy might be on the back foot here.
Yeah, I've tried buffing up my Scuttle to do the work before. It does not work very well, especially when we don't have the gear option either. There's no Boots of Swiftness out. It's just too much resources into a card with not that high a value where you can get away with the Celicorn because it just has so much value. We do have Tide Turner as well, so at least we got something there. I'm surprised that we didn't see the Scuttle come into Conquer first and then Tide Turner back. Just didn't want that back on the board, trying to keep everything safe, I guess is what we're seeing there. Okay, makes sense.
We're attacking here, yep. The unsung hero is definitely vulnerable here.
Yes, and trying to kill it, well, killing it without it having that 5 might, not drawing the extra cards. So yeah, really great play from Randy here, saying, you know, I didn't find that Celicorn, obviously, because or else we would have played it. And instead, I have to just do something with the cards that I have. At least he has one unit outside of Scuttle that actually has some might on it. It's not ideal, but it is manageable.
One rune up from Randy here, which is very helpful because Inferno there can actually assault to a 3 might, which would then just trade the Tide Turner. And of course, you don't want to necessarily kind of use the GA so fast when you really need this Tide Turner to survive, to maintain a board state.
Yeah, it really is going to come down to card quality from Randy at this point, and if he is able to find another unit. Like I said, great play from Dino, being able to recognize that he had an opportunity to kill the Aurelia, the salvage in the sideboard as well, doing a lot of work. So a lot of good things here from Dino.
So that's a cleave. Checking the sideboard. Not the sideboard, sorry, that is the trash.
Yes, always good to do. I've noticed that the farther you get along, the stronger the players, they check the discard a lot more often, especially against decks that they're not used to playing against as much. So things
Sorry
like
about that.
Darius, for instance, a lot of players
Dad duty called. I will
playing against other well-known meta decks.
And
probably be finishing out this round and then calling it either a day or...
He is tapped out here. Second cleave comes down. That's 3 more assault. That is likely more than enough.
Yes, pulling back that Inferno earlier, making a big difference here, and potentially can pay 1 to draw an extra card. And we just saw a lot of cards spent just to pop a Guardian Angel. That's one thing that I am concerned about here. So I am interested to see if we are drawing that card or not, and it looks like we are not.
The Undying Legion does come down. It definitely looks like Dino is in a very strong position.
Looks like, unfortunately, Joel got high rolled.
I love the energy from Dino there.
Yes, once again tapped out, which is
so he lost 2-0.
Pretty common for Darius, just because you are very low.
Elijah 1-2-0, so he is now sitting at a crisp 3-0.
We'll see if Randy Randy is able to find some answers or find those.
Elijah has been on an upswing, playing great Riftbound recently, so super happy for him. Looks like Sam is not done yet, and Mahir is not done yet. So we'll keep checking in on the teammates
what is up his sleeve.
and see what happens there. Let's see, where does this board state? So it's 5-4. The removal of that Aurelia really sets Randy behind.
We'll have to see if that card added to hand is in fact the Stellarcorn Herder that Randy so desperately desires. Scuttle Crab going in for a point.
Scuttle Crab scores to go to 5. Now, can he push this Tide Turner in
So we'll see the Starcross
to
come out.
score?
Wow.
He can.
To me,
Wow,
this
this is
feels
really
like,
committal.
I won't quite say a desperate play, but far from ideal, and not because it's a bad play necessarily, but it's definitely.
Now he could push the Tide
this
Turner
isn't- if you were to think
into
about how you
Conquer and
wanted
go to
this game to go
6.
as playing Irelia, you
Obviously
wouldn't
trying to
think,
play
yeah, I wanna
on that.
Starcross and dying.
No, of course not.
Oh, the longsword comes down. Does Randy have a 1-cost interaction card? It doesn't look like he does, which pretty much means that this game is going to be super hard for him because his opponent's going to hold to 6. He can pull back, develop his base. He's going to be on 7 runes plus Darius effect, so if he has a few, we know he has a 3 might unit in his hand. What a huge play. Really sets Randy behind. We might be going to game 3 here, which is not something that I thought was going to happen. I thought this was going to be a swift 2-0 at the beginning of this game, but the removal of that Aurelia was super strong. The salvage not getting defied. Does he have a Noxus Hopeful here? It is a Noxus Hopeful.
There is the Noxus Hopeful as well. Very strong board state already here, and again, Randy
taps 2 more for the Inferna, pulls back the other Inferna and passes. This is a very strong board state for the Darius player. Dino Bravo, even missing his Arena's Greatest, even choosing to go second, and even having a very poor early game, has equalized, and he is looking to push a game 3 against one of the best players in the world on potentially the best deck in the world, in the game. This is rather exciting, actually.
It's one of those positions where, like, how much do you want to reveal about what's in your hand, what your game plan is? Like, if you're Randy, you think, okay, do I try to apply all the spells and all the reactions and all the actions I can? Okay, it's a discipline.
Discipline, recycle to ready. Draws a card, so we'll see if he can draw anything that's decent here. Goes in, go to 6. Can he hide a card potentially? Is there like a tech switcheroo? With just the pass here, I feel like the game just ends unless there's something I'm missing.
We have 2 runes up. Randy
He's not scooping.
So we have no idea what he could be doing.
Still just shuffling the cards.
Do or die moment here.
Not sure what is going on here, because this is just a walk-in win situation. Does he has like double Defiant Dance?
Can I be honest with you?
I think you just send an Inferna into Arena's Greatest, Conquer, and then you send everything else at the Scuttle Crab.
I know you love it, but I'm
a bit disappointed.
I feel like this is a fairly easy
He's just minding his own business.
play. Okay, so he gusts.
It's just like every time I take out a lonely.
Okay, and then he gust and gust scoop.
We scoop in here? Yeah, looks like we are. We're going to game 3.
We're going to game 3.
Yeah.
Final game of the stream.
Well navigated from Dino here.
Thank you guys so much
really liked the play overall and
for being in here
opted to go second,
and joining the stream.
Greatest trigger of their own.
My energy level is dropping.
Oh, I forgot about the Arena's
honestly,
Greatest.
but
I don't think I ever saw
yeah, it's been pretty great.
No. So
we got
that was quite amazing to be able to come back from that.
Solid amount of views and engagement, so I'm pretty happy with that.
Can I just put it on now? I just do the point now. I don't want to forget. And you know, and I feel bad. Like obviously with Dino, you're on the camera, you're on the stream, and then like a little more extra nerves. I know the feeling, you know what I mean? And you make a little mistake like that, but you know what? At the end of the day, he overcame it.
Yeah, something that I do to try to remember.
I wonder if I can get a live interview with 3-0 EDGE Elijah.
So then I look at my finger. Yep.
EDGE favored. Sorry,
but that's
Elijah's his
the way that I
actual
remember,
name.
Just holding my hand out, it looks a little silly, but it works really well.
I mean, you can take notes in Riftbound, right? You can record their hand when you're doing the skull. Well, why don't you just write down, get your point, get your point on top, and just do a big circle on that. But, you know, I'm actually excited to see a Game 3 here. I think this was fantastic. I think Randy definitely took that game.
Average view duration is all the way up at 23.5 minutes, which is great.
Comeback. But
that's really cool to see.
Randy had to almost, I don't want to say pretend, but definitely showcases if, okay, I might have a defy here. I got one up. He could have used the draw. He could have paid to draw. Chose not to. And it was almost like he was feigning, oh, I can defy your salvage. And Dino
so we got Tarkons versus Sunken Temple.
That was the major turning point of this particular
we see a GA in hands from Randy. I can't tell what the other card is. Mulling 2.
That's something that Randy definitely wants here because it's going to help him
getting that information.
Doesn't have to worry about those floats. Can actually just utilize.
Going to be going first, but Darius is extremely comfortable going second. Looks like he's going to mulligan a Ferris Forerunner along with something else. Not sure. Got Christmas colors on these sleeves. Shout out the non-matte sleeves from Randy. I love a good gloss sleeve, a classic looking sleeve. Not used very often anymore. Matte is all the rage, but I love some good gloss sleeves.
So something to point out here, of course, you know, Randy did take that going first, but we know from what we see
all the way back up to 10 concurrent viewers. Awesome to see. I wish I could keep going for the rest of the day, but dad duty calls. So tomorrow I'll be on with Logan, so there'll actually be two of us talking, and we can bounce some ideas and conversation off of each other. I appreciate Saf and Tony and everybody else who came into the Discord channel and spoke a little bit, hung out.
That's the dream start that we've been looking for, getting on the board nice and early, but we might not quite.
Looks like we're gonna get like an Undying Legion here potentially.
Yeah, main board. I think we only saw one call of the week, if my memory serves me correct.
Which is obviously not the start that you want. It's a pike. He's gonna accelerate. I don't agree with accelerating, but maybe he has interaction in hand, which is why he wants to accelerate into Targons. So now he can, you know, ready those 2 runes and pass. So now, yeah, Randy obviously has to play around Longsword as well. Only with 4 runes up and a 0 Might Scuttle Crab, you don't really want to commit to too much. Because if you go in, even a Divine Dance makes it 2-0 the other way, then that Longsword obviously equalizes. It's not really ideal. Goes for the stack deck.
Once again, having to filter through his deck. We have seen stack deck over and over again, and not very quick choices on it, so we know that they haven't quite been the way. It looks like we have a Gust and On Guard, and I missed that middle one, but a couple options there.
Randy gave a little head nod as if he wasn't that impressed with his options.
I wasn't very impressed with them either, from what I could see.
But you're right, we actually have not seen the... Oh, I thought he was going to do it. I thought he was going to do it. I was just going to say.
You got faked out.
I was just going to say, we haven't seen the Scuttle Crab sacrifice itself for the greater knowledge of Randy, and it almost did it there. Randy thought about it.
Hey, we're voting. I mean, I don't want Scuttle to die.
I do.
But
I want him dead. I want him gone. I want to see what's in that hand.
That's the only reason. I mean, it almost brings a tear to my eye thinking of him just dying like that.
That's
but
it,
at least
Randy.
it's for
Oh, he had a plan. It's more than that. It's more than just sacrificing the Scuttle Crab. On Guard comes out.
Likely what we saw from that stack deck as well.
Dino did not expect this.
No Longsword then. I mean, what
so he goes in on guard to equalize, try and trade with the pike.
Would do something here. However, 2 runes still up for Randy. Could easily be blown out by another spell as well.
He is gonna attempt to play a Hidden Blade on his own pike to go down to only 1 rune.
We'll see if the Randy, once again, like we talked about,
I cannot, unless your hand is absolutely worthless, I don't understand why you would not just trade these units off.
Is it really worth defying this, even if you have it?
This is rough.
It does feel a little bad to have to play it out from hand like that. You pay the 2, you pay the power, but that's fine.
This is rough.
And Randy deciding that's fine. You know, I'll take reveal your hand, and then also I'm going to get some. Oh, define. Oh, it's on his own. Okay.
Yeah,
yes,
trying to get the draw. Yeah.
Yeah.
Scuttle
I don't necessarily agree with that play.
I had faith. I didn't.
But still going down to 1 rune here. However,
Goes for the
Darius
GA.
is very low to ground, as we talked about
Untaps
earlier,
2 for
very
Targon's Conqueror.
efficient. So
Now let's see what the Darius can do with 3 runes. If he has a 2-drop plus a Noxious Hopeful, he can definitely equalize this board state a little bit. But he definitely needs to, as the commentator was saying, reestablish a board here. Having no board and 3 runes going into Randy's 6th rune turn when he has Aurelia obviously as available, and then you have the GA, and then you have the Sunken Temple draw potentially. All at once. It's going to be really tough for this Darius player to come back in this game, I think. But like we saw, if he's able to remove this Aurelia after Randy plays it out, if there's no Stellacorn, the Aurelia deck is a glass house. Just a little bit. It can definitely fall short as soon as you remove that Aurelia. So, salvage into Cull, salvage into, Noxian Guillotine or something of the sort when we get into this mid game is a win condition that we saw last game that really swung the momentum. Not sure, what is in hand for the Darius player after that Hidden Blade. I would assume it's something not great.
You bring the Scuttle Crab back, just so it's like, because Randy knows that, well, I'm against the order here. There's definitely the option to call the weak here to protect.
That's why I'm asking you. Anywhere, okay.
So with Aurelia having access to
Randy asking
we're still in a really good spot. The big reason why
for what Noxian Guillotine actually does. His opponent unsure if he's supposed to tell him or not. It is open game information. So that is something that he is allowed to ask. It was used in a previous game.
For the Aurelia player, and then it gives all the options you need, all the reactions you need to then protect Aurelia.
He is allowed to read the card.
Drifts in and out of the battlefields.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's pretty
and
scary.
Looks like we'll go ahead and see the start of this next turn come up. 6 runes available.
Scuttle Crab retreats. Aurelia comes out.
As we suggested, it is Aurelia's time to come out.
And then I would assume you're going to equip the GA.
Nice and safe here. Can also potentially add the Guardian Angel on here. Could look at using the power for the Aurelia to go conquer as well.
Salvage, Noxian Guillotine is a possibility, but you have 1 rune up. So if you have a Defy, you are safe.
Is the Sunken Temple worth the draw? We're gonna guess no,
passes over to the Darius. A bit slower of a game than you would imagine with the Darius on the board, but obviously his early game has not been the strongest so far, which has been the case in the previous game as well, and he ended up winning that one, so you never know what could happen.
To be able to continue this game, and the longer it goes, it's better for me as Darius potentially gasses out here.
Still in the early stages. It's 2-1 Randy, so... And I think you're exactly right.
Trying to see what's in this Darius' hand, cannot really get a peek at anything.
Completely deflated his opportunity to make that comeback here. He's got a decent hand. He's got 5 in hand.
Thinking out his turn, smart thing to do. 18 minutes left, so you have more than enough time to finish out this game, especially with overtime.
To actually work and start trying to score multiple points. And as you suggested, you get into that Sunken Temple, and then I quite remember. Did he have a Boots of Swiftness? I think he did. We did have 2 Boots of Swiftness, I think, in the main deck there. So then he, with Aurelia, you could gank over to the
obviously, Dino Bravo is a bit nervous. He's admitting to being a bit nervous, but Randy reassuring him they have a good amount of time.
Expecting with this deck with it being as hectic as it is, but we have kind of seen this be a little bit of a slower version of the Darius deck. Looks like we are going in for that Targon's Peak.
I'm gonna. Oh, wait.
Should be a point scored there. And I think Randy's thinking about something here.
Is he going to show a Gust here? No, stack deck.
Stack deck, yeah. Okay.
So now this opens you up to, not having a Defy. You are open to salvage Noxian Guillotine, which he can cast both because of Darius Legend ability. Something to keep in mind. There is a strong possibility, or a very strong play that can come out of Darius. Now that Defy is out of the way,
or maybe we found those Boots of
is this going to be a Falling Star?
Easy decision for him overall, something that he knew that would push his
he would have to deflect 2 on top of the 2 for Falling Star.
Is that a falling star that we're going to see?
And it is the falling star. We get to finally reveal the hand.
Yes.
And then he's gonna. Does he have double Cold a week? He has double Cold a week. He's gonna be able to remove the Aurelia from the board. Oh my gosh, that's what I literally just thought about that at the last second. I was like, does he have double Cold a week? And he does. Randy misplays by not keeping that one rune up. It doesn't matter if you stack deck. You have to at least threaten to defy, because then maybe he doesn't go for this play. Maybe he develops the Rek'Sai and the Inferno in base, and then just passes. He has double Cold a week. He's gonna go down to one rune, but Randy is gonna have 0 board, and who knows if he has another unit in hand, a unit especially that has might, because Scuttlecrab is what he plays. Oh man, what a huge turn of events.
Which is exactly what happened in game 2. Finding the answers to this Aurelia is so critical. And it looks like with 2 Cold weeks in hand, that's definitely an answer that he can perhaps...
So now we have an empty board, 7 runes for Randy's turn, and only 3 on the Darius' turn. But with Darius' Legend ability, you never know. And the fact that Randy's deck is built upon one main unit, along with 3 Cellcorn, I believe 3 Cellcorn Herders. Really scary, really scary situation for... Oh, he has the Aurelia. Oh my gosh. Can he hit the 3rd Cold a week? Can he hit a Noxian Guillotine?
Spent so much to get rid of it, and she is back.
I'm pretty sure I heard
Okay, we got a Rek'Sai pass.
Oh, I mean, you always want Diana to go away whenever she is.
The amount of runes up for Randy at this point are terrifying. You have to imagine that he's going to draw into a Defy or a Not So Fast at some point. But after removing the first Aurelia, hitting the second Aurelia, which I'm not sure if he mainboards it or if it's a sideboard or what this is, is just painful for the Darius player. What a turn of events in the last couple of turns. This is a more exciting match than I thought it would be when we were about 3 turns into game 2. I thought this was going to be a swift 2-0.
But yeah, been a overall much slower played game.
Pass taps 1, draws another card, just generating so much advantage in his hand.
Take advantage of the Sunken Temple, pays the 1, gets the extra card here, has a decent hand now. So should have,
he has Charm, Charm's in the Rek'Sai, clears the board. Now he's free to do basically whatever he wants. Only has to worry about Noxian Guillotine, but if you have... Now he's going to conquer, he's going to trigger the Targons.
And Aurelia now gets readied, goes in, gets the Targon.
Aurelia actually should be +3 at this point because she readied twice and got chosen by Ty Turner.
So we're passing priority, saying like, do you have any actions here, rather than passing the turn itself.
Dino is tapped out though, so can't really react in any way.
And he is Vex Apathetic. This game is cooked. It is over unless this Darius player can find a red or yellow unchecked power, unless he's sided in a Ruination and can somehow survive for 2 more turns. This is it. And Randy will be moving into round 4 at 3-0, which is not a surprising outcome. But it was getting dicey for a little bit here.
It has accelerate units. It has things that are able
the
to
Vex Apathetic, the second Aurelia unit.
To the surprise of literally nobody watching,
wow.
Vex has proven to be a good card in Riftbound.
After such a huge commitment from the Darius to play Falling Star twice on the Scuttlecrab, to then cast back-to-back Cold a Weeks to tap himself out, leave the board completely empty for both sides, and the Darius player on only 1 rune. The next Aurelia coming down.
3 runes up. He's going to be able to defend that Vex Apathetic. He's going to be able to defend the Aurelia. But notable that we don't have another GA come down, which I think he would have been searching for if he could, because I think that would obviously help reign in this game.
Randy holds to 6 here.
A very strong unit, but won't be able to attack.
But at this point, you can pretty much just stay on both battlefields, hold up a bunch of runes, maybe play an extra unit, hide a card or 2, and call it a day. No reason to really do much else. I think this is fairly simple at this point.
Position for the game-winning turn. It's got a lot of options here. but at the same time, it's like you got Vex on the battlefield. You want to leave Vex there.
Yep,
and,
just
you
passes.
choose to leave Vex there, understanding that, listen, Vex
Passes
is there. You're not gonna
with
like push right in. I got
9
all this
runes up.
All these runes are ready to rip.
Even if you
And
commit to
he's just laying out his
conquering
5
over
cards. I got
Sunken
stuff to
Temple,
do here. I got reactions. I got
somehow,
actions. Come at me.
doesn't
like,
matter.
in this game.
Literally all cards on the table.
Because
here.
that Aurelia is still there,
so really
still a
saying,
problem,
hey,
still a
you have
threat.
to come break both of these holds. One of them for sure, but in this situation, you have to break both of these holds for me to not win the game. And with the cards, I mean, there's just so many options here. Aurelia
You have to
just
go
has
in and
access
kill
to
the
so
Vex
much
first.
stuff overall. So
The problem
as
is
Dino,
even if you stun the Vex, he could just
what
go
do you
over
even
the
do
might.
here? You have to try something. You can't do nothing. You probably go for the Irelia though with Defiant
Looks like he's gonna
Dances.
Falling
Maybe
Star
actually
the
go for
Vex.
Vex side because you
Let's see if a
wanna-
Not So Fast
if
comes
you are
out
able
of
to pair
Randy.
that, you can use the Darius in the future.
I was just going to say, that is a heavy price to pay. Can you imagine Falling Starring a Vex Apathetic? The one thing about the Vex Apathetic too, is
And
it has
that's
no
GG.
deflect. It seems like such an unnecessary keyword. It's like, oh, you got to pay all this power just to take out one card, and he had to do it though, because if he doesn't, then he can't compete.
He can play the
contest. He
Darius,
has
go
to
down to
have an
1
answer for
rune,
that
and then
Vex.
conquer
And
over
we
the
see
Tide Turner potentially if there's not a lot of.
an answer of just saying, no, my Vex is gonna go back to my hand. You paid all that deflect.
You have to
and
go
also
into the
I'm
Tide Turner
taking her
here.
buy off the board too, so she can't threaten my Aurelia.
Because
Fantastic play from Randy
that's a
here,
mistake.
being nice and reactive.
Any
Now we have
interaction
Aurelia being
equalizes the
challenged
might,
here by Darius 1v1. But I'm
whereas double
sure-
interaction.
I'm sure Randy likely has an answer here.
I would be shocked if he didn't. It looks like we are adding that +2 because Darius was readied. Yep.
Discipline, +2, +3. And that is the game. What an absolutely fantastic
Looks like he just
match
scoops.
between Dino and Randy. Randy is going to take
It would have been
here
7-7,
in
but
3 games. I got to tell you, that was actually really
I
nerve-wracking.
think the
They
Darius
went
just
back
knew
and
that
forth, game
it was
1,
over at this
game
point.
2, and then with this particular game, Randy did finish it off.
Cool
especially
matchup.
getting that Aurelia back.
Definitely a fun matchup to watch.
Difference there was being able to find that additional
Randy having
Aurelia.
flashbacks of my
Imagine
Darius.
if we were
Just
stuck like
kidding.
the second game where we actually lost out on the Aurelia
Played
and
really
we were able to
well.
find a new unit to
Kind
really
of
take control.
didn't see a
Because without
Stellacorn hurt her
Aurelia
the
there,
entire
or Stellacorn,
match, I don't think.
also
So
too,
that's
seeing
kind of
a
rough.
game without Stellacorn and Aurelia
That's
was
gonna be it
insane.
for today. As far as the stream goes. Thank you guys so much for joining, liking, commenting, subscribing, all that stuff, all that YouTube stuff. Thank you, Chris. Fantastic host. Appreciate you, Saf. I will be going live again either later tonight or tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Let me see. Let me do the. Wait, no. How do I make myself bigger? Can I make myself huge? Big Chris. Ready for round 2, GG's Chris. Hey, Danny. First time I'm seeing you in the chat. Awesome. Glad you're here. Yeah, I'll be streaming later tonight or tomorrow 1 p.m. for the final 5 rounds, and I'll definitely be doing top 8. So if you want to watch top 8 together, that'd be really cool. Join anytime. And I don't have an outro. So goodbye.